votes. So 3 of the 5 got, acclaim.
Absolutely. And then, Jared Goff as a quarterback is definitely, top 3 in the NFC, arguably top 1. He went to a Super Bowl and lost just like Jalen Hurts did with the Rams. So, and his last 9 games last year were, it was almost perfect,
Let me ask you,
minus the Carolina game, which wasn't even his fault, but still, man.
Corey, let me ask you this. I don't know if you were listening earlier because the premise was Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFC right now. You could argue that, but let's say it is. Who's the second best?
Well, I'm taking Jared Goff over Dak.
Okay.
I'd buy that, by the way.
We had a caller who was very demonstrative saying it's Justin Fields. And I just said I don't think his body of work is there yet.
I think it could be,
Justin
but Warren, I'm with you.
The football. Oh, yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening earlier. But, yeah, Justin Fields, to me, he's still miles away, man. He still hasn't proven that he can even throw the football at an NFL level. And that running is only going to carry him. And now with an off season that all teams have had to prepare for the Bears offense, that's not going to work.
I tend to agree with you. 248-539-9797.
So, Stoney.
Yes.
Some of these fantasy names coming in are unbelievable. You want to hear a couple?
Of course.
Like this one is a playoff Cooper Cup. It's 2 girls, 1 cup. That's from Mike.
Okay.
How about this one? I love this one. If you're offended, I'm sorry. Show me your TDs. Come on.
That's great.
Show me your TDs. Somebody says balls deep. That's a good one too. A lot of sexual ones in here. Calvin Johnson.
Okay.
And then turn your head and golf.
That's very clever.
Come on.
I like that.
Then 2 Gibbs and 1 cup. And then somebody says, get off my ditka.
Okay. Not bad. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your fantasy football names. Also, the evolution of the running back and how it's diminished. They're not alone, though, in the world of sports. 97 won the ticket. By the way, some guy I never heard of. He's an amateur. That's why I never heard of him. Christo Lamprecht is leading the Open Championships, the British Open in Liverpool, with a 5 under 70. Right?
Yeah, he's in my fantasy golf names. Lamprecht.
Lamprecht. Okay.
Yeah, that Lamprecht.
Let's take a phone call. We'll have some more texts, and then we'll get into the running back deal. Brian, you're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Little Brian Fisher here. I got the fantasy team name of the decade. It was, you remember Stephen Breston from Michigan?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And then, he went to the Arizona Cardinals. So the team name that we created was Stephen Bill S. Breston Esquire. So it was like a combination of that and Bill and Ted's. So, yeah, that's what the name was.
I got to say, Brian, you called your shot and really didn't deliver. That was certainly not the best fantasy.
Brian, I think
name
you
of the
knew
decade.
that too. Like he was very excited, and then I think midway through he's like, "Wait a second, this might not be good."
Right. I thought he was going to do something else,
Yeah, I mean, Steve Breston's a good one.
Brest, I know.
Yes.
I thought he was, going somewhere.
Any chance you have, you get a chance to work Breston.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you should really take advantage.
Yes.
How about a couple quick ones?
Yes.
All right. Great fantasy names. Then we move on. Off in the shower. So whenever I lose to my friends, they would have to say they beat.
Off in the shower.
There you go. How about this one? It simply says, my ball, Zach Ertz. My ball, Zach Ertz. My ball, Zach Ertz.
My ball, Zach Ertz.
TJ Hockenballs.
Okay. All right.
Circumcised Panay Sewell.
One more?
You want one more?
One more.
How about this one? It's a local guy. Laporta Potty.
That's good. I
like that one. That's nice and clean.
Young player. I think that's very clean.
Laporta Potty.
All right.
Oh, how about one more? I'm sorry. I apologize, but this is good. Fantasy football team name, Scared Hitless. Scared Hitless.
We got it. Yeah.
Scared Hitless.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it. Okay. Good. You got it?
Yeah.
Oh, he got it.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. All right. As you know, the running back situation, the National Football League has gotten a lot of play the last week with Tony Pollard and Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley not getting extensions. Pollard did sign his franchise tag, so he will be ready to go. Jacobs and Barkley are not, and there's really there's no recourse for these guys. They either play or they sit out because they didn't sign the tag by the deadline, so which means they cannot even negotiate a new deal till after the season. Now, a few days ago, actually before the deadline, Saquon Barkley was on a podcast and talked about the leverage that he has that he really doesn't want to use, but he just might have to. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an emotional decision. It's not something I don't think he wants to do, but obviously he's, I assume, saved enough money where he could actually miss a year and not have to worry about his next meal.
But I was about to say the recourse really isn't there for him.
No.
Like he either plays and he gets the $10 million, or he doesn't play and he gets nothing. And like you're saying, I guess he could come back a year from now, but is that even realistic? Like he's probably just upset with himself because he turned down the Giants' 2-year offer,
right,
which he would have made right around $13 million a season. So he kind of gave away $3 million a season. So I totally understand him being upset, but his solution isn't a solution.
No, you have to know the room. And unfortunately for these elite running backs, teams are sitting there saying, you know, we love the fact that you're really good, but we're not going to give you a long-term contract at big money because of the data. And the data shows that these guys just don't last, whether it's injury. And Barkley missed pretty much a whole season already, and it doesn't do them any good. It makes more financial and value sense to pay quarterbacks, obviously, and wide receivers and offensive linemen and edge rushers more. And then actually, it's weird. The kicker actually makes more money as an average than the running back. Now, so we've heard all these people sit there, well, the running back, it's not what it was. It's sad. It's devalued. I don't think the position is devalued. I just think there are so many good ones that the money has been devalued. But when you look at all sports, Jeff, running back is not alone here. We're seeing an evolution in sports where certain things that we thought were staples in our lives growing up as sports fans that are no longer there. You look at basketball, the post-up center. Are you going to, unless you're like Troy Weaver and love them, are you going to pay big money for a post-up center anymore?
No, those days are done.
Are you
gone.
Are you going to pay huge money for a closer now because you use so many relievers that, and especially A.J. Hinch, we don't, one game somebody's a closer, the next game it's somebody else. Even to a lesser extent, and I still think there's tremendous value, really good starting pitching.
I was about to say.
Because starting pitchers, when we were growing up, if they were really good, they threw complete games, they threw 7 innings minimum. I mean, Rodriguez yesterday threw 7 innings, which is like, oh my God, it's unbelievable. He threw 7 innings. So the value of a starting pitcher to go 6, maybe 7 innings is not what it was or should it be. Now, there are obviously, Scherzer and Verlander getting over $40 million a year.
Cole.
Yes.
Right? I mean, listen, there's definitely exceptions, but starting pitching, I agree, is going to go the way that you're saying.
Right.
Because it seems like you can find a bunch of guys that can maybe get you 4 innings, throw 85 pitches, and maybe get you 2 runs. Yeah. And that's all they have to do. It used to be that you get some horses out there and they threw 130 pitches and that was in the norm.
Right.
Now you throw 96 pitches and you get yanked out of a game because you're too tired. Maybe if we reach the point where you're not paying starters as much, maybe they will start to go longer and they realize I need to go longer to get more money.
Right. But of course that's up to the manager of the team. But 248-539-9797, we are seeing the running back lose some of its value. What else in sports is not as valuable as it was? For instance, and we mentioned some of these already, what about the enforcer in hockey?
Non-existent.
It's non-existent
Yeah,
anymore.
you got to be able to score, possess the puck.
It's sad to me. I mean, I know you're the anti-violence people are going to take a text. Oh, you like the
They already
goons and all
have.
that stuff. Whatever. I'm very fitting. I'm wearing my Broad Street Bullies T-shirt. Those days are gone. The value of somebody of a Prober, even a McCarty, people like that, is no longer in the National Hockey League. Just like in football, there are the people who say, besides the running back position, the off-the-ball linebacker is becoming, or the middle linebacker is being devalued because it's out of the game. Basketball, if you can't shoot from the outside, I don't care how big you are, you've become less valuable.
Or you get a contract extension with the Pistons. One of the two.
Yeah, I know. 248-539-9797. What else is there besides the running back in sports? So you think, you know what? When I was growing up watching the game, I loved this part of the game. It's not there anymore.
I don't think a lefty specialist in baseball exists anymore because you have to pitch to a minimum of 3 guys. So
That's
you
right.
can't bring one guy in to face one guy and yank him out of the ball game. He's going to face at least 2 after that.
That's actually an underrated reason for the games being shorter, too. People don't talk about that.
But
enough.
pitching changes take way too freaking long.
Yes.
You're talking like 3.5 minutes, it seems like.
And there's less of them. 248-539-9797. Also, a new game that I believe is just sweeping the southeastern Michigan area.
Oh, it's a good one.
Oh, well, we'll debut that coming up next. 97 won the ticket. Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. And we have Tiger Baseball this afternoon. And what time's the actual first pitch?
2:05 or 2:10, I believe.
So we might get a very abbreviated version of Mike and Rico?
No, because pregame starts at like 1:45.
No, Mike
Oh,
and
afterwards.
Rico. Yeah.
Afterwards. Yeah, I guess so.
Depending on how the game goes.
Then Wojo on after.
Whoa, Wojo goes till 8 tonight.
Oh, actually, it might be Caputo tonight.
Well, oh, why? Bob can't work by himself tonight?
I got guys over my house, okay, and I have to wake up early. I'm doing Pat, doing Bob.
I know. I was trying to figure out what you were doing there. You were doing a very fine Caputo impersonation.
Stoney, I was up last night watching the guys in Adirondack. They were in the summer league. Okay, that center, he's very impressive. Okay.
Nate Danielson, I wouldn't have taken him, but I know Connor Bedard said that he's the toughest player he's played against.
200-foot game. Okay, you got to respect that. Okay. Whoa.
I love the Corsi, man. Corsier Fenwick. Give me a call, 248-539-9797.
Plus minus. You're
All
talking
right,
about
all
stuff
right.
that doesn't exist.
We love Caputo. We only make fun of the ones we love.
Couple quick ticket
Yes.
texts. You ask what jobs in sports no longer exist. Kick returner used to be a huge weapon. That's from Toro. That's true.
It's great. I know, and it's a shame that it's out of the game.
Alex and Clausen, fullbacks, they're gone.
For the most part, yeah, but they're more versatile because they'll sometimes line up as they quote like an H-back or, what's the guy on the 49ers, Ruchek, right? I mean, he gets the ball a little bit. Yeah.
There's a couple. Mm-hmm. And then somebody says drag bunting specialists. It's true.
I don't think.
You see no bunts.
Yeah,
you see no bunts.
These guys can't bunt anymore, which is amazing to me.
Especially when you start extra innings with a guy on second base. If you're lucky enough to be the home team and the road team doesn't score, you bunt the damn guy over to third base.
I think every manager does that. They
don't, though.
Well, AJ does it. He says at home. He won't do it on the road.
I feel I've seen AJ bunt the guy over to third base maybe twice.
It also depends who the batter is, too. I mean, if Miggy's up, he ain't bunting.
I get it. I understand.
Or, a power hitter's not.
Actually,
not
maybe
bunting.
now Miggy should bunt. Let's be honest.
Well, no, because he can't beat it out.
True, but you get the guy to third base with one out.
That's true. And why are we dissing on Miggy right now? He's the winning RBI.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
I know.
The stage of his career, 40 years old, maybe he should bunt. That's all I'm saying.
I get it.
What about the swinging bunt? There's still fantasy football names coming in too.
Go ahead.
I mean, these are just so good, but I can't read some of them. Like this one, CD's, CD Lamb.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Somebody says my chub hurts. And then the one
Chubb,
guy that called up talking about Steve Breston says breast implants. Get it? Breast implants.
Yes, I get it.
That's a fantastic one. And then what about the Subway $5 footlong? Favre dollar footlong?
Favre dollar footlong.
Takes you back.
Yes, it
Hurts so good. Darth Prater. Sofa King Watt.
I like.
And then one more. Sorry. Great fantasy name. Joe Buck yourself. So there you go.
To me, the best one was the Zach Ertz one. What was it? Ball sack.
My Zach
Ertz.
Yes.
My Zach Ertz.
Or my ball Zach
My
Ertz.
My ball Zach Ertz.
My ball Zach Ertz.
Yes. All right.
My ball Zach Ertz. There you go. You got to say it quick.
Yes.
To get the full effect.
Last night to be precise, the Detroit Tigers won a game against the Kansas City Royals, taking the lead in the series 2-1. Like we mentioned, they'll finish out the series today right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The All-Star, Michael Lorenzen, will be on the hill for the Tigers tonight or this afternoon.
The gun show.
Yes.
That dude is built.
Well, he used to be a hitter, too. I mean.
I know. You saw him in the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was the jersey. Dude's got some guns. I just haven't noticed it before. Sorry.
Will he be here in 2 weeks? What's
Sign him
your
long
gut
term.
feeling?
No, but I wouldn't mind if he was. That means they're going for it, Stoney. Stoney, they win today. They're 5-2 on this road trip. I'm just saying.
I don't care. Stop it.
I'm just saying.
Stop playing the race card. They're not in a pennant.
I love playing the race card.
I know this
Fake
is not
race,
a
but
division
still.
race because it only puts them at 5.5. Right?
I'm just saying Scott Harris came on your program and said the standings will dictate what we do at the deadline.
Right. They're playing well, but the standings are dictating what they should do at the deadline.
I understand that, but if they continue to play well against better competition than the Royals, then maybe you just stand pat. Like, what's the harm in standing pat? I don't think you'll lose Erod. Now, obviously, you probably got to trade him, but maybe try to extend him. Give him a new contract. Rip up the current one.
Trade anybody except for like Riley Green or even Torkelson because he's playing well and he's a young player.
You know what? I'm going to believe a little bit. I got 10 days to believe. I'm going to hang on to that hope.
I like trade Lang, trade Foley. I mean, you get what you can. I mean, I think Foley's great. They're going to trade Shreve. It's fun. Trade them all because they're not winning this pathetic division.
You're probably right. But right now, I don't have to make that decision.
Okay. All right. So in last night's game, the Tigers, took a 1-0 lead on a Javi Baez home run. And then Kansas City scored 2 runs to take the lead, and the Tigers came back and answered with 2 runs, take a 3-2 lead, including Miggy's RBI, the right center field to drive in the go-ahead run. Foley comes in the 8th, does a great job. Lang starts off the bottom of the 9th by almost beaning Salvi Perez. He hit him. So you got a guy on first base, nobody out. Then the next batter hits a ground ball right back to the pitcher, Lang. Easy double play, you think, right? Well, he threw the ball low and off the bag, and Baez just made a great play, an underrated play, makes the catch, steps on the bag, throws it to first to get the double play. 2 outs. The next guy, walks?
Waters.
Walks.
Singles.
Singles, and then the next
guy walks. So you got a guy
walks.
in first and third.
Next guy walks, right?
I'm sorry. Massey walks, then Waters singles.
Right. So
you got first and third, 2 outs, and Isbell's up.
Isbell's up.
In one of the worst at-bats you'll ever see, by the way.
Reminded me of vintage Javi Baez. And if you remember one of the worst at-bats in recent Tiger history, I don't remember what year it was, but it was Powers' old high school buddy, Adam Everett. Do you remember that at-bat? That was like the worst at-bat I think I've ever seen in my life.
Awful.
Yeah.
It does compare to Javi Baez on Sunday in Seattle to end the game.
Right.
Swung at 3 pitches out of the zone. Pathetic.
So Lang gets the first 2 guys out. The first 2 pitches are strikes. And then he ends the game. And here is Matt Shepard on Bally Sports Detroit. What?
Play that again.
Play that again, please.
We don't have the extended cut.
No, it's time for a new game. What did Shep mean? Now, I am maybe oblivious to some stuff that goes on in sports broadcasting. I don't watch as closely or intently as I used to. And maybe there's some kind of reference that I don't know, but I don't think he was referring to, I don't know, the electric chair or anything like that.
No, I don't think so.
But we
either.
asked the question, 248-539-9797, phone calls, ticket texts. What did Shep mean?
Let's go around the room and get everybody's reaction. How about Heather? What did Shep mean? Give him the chair.
Get him a chair. Get him out of there. Sit him down.
Yeah.
Get him a chair to sit on. Get him out.
Greg Hessen, what did Shep mean?
He went all WWE. Get the chair.
I just think game over, sit down.
I think he was making a comment about how Mario and Rod lost their job. We're led to believe it was over a chair. So I think Shep was paying homage to the great broadcast duo of Mario and Pemba and Rod Allen, saying to Mario, give him the chair, to Rod. That's what I think. Or he wants the guy executed. One of the two.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, shit. Because if you Google, I searched for this morning when I told you we were talking about the cup. I searched for it this morning. When you Google search, give him the chair, nothing but executions come up. I don't think they use the chair anymore. So I don't think Shep was saying give him the electric chair.
No.
Did your mother, by the way, like if you had a plate of food that had like just tons of food in it, my mother used to always say to me, she goes, "What are you going to the electric chair?" Like my last meal. She would always say that.
Yeah, I think my mom, maybe it's a Jewish mother thing.
I
think my mother said the same
What,
thing.
Are you going to the chair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ma, the chair doesn't exist anymore.
I've never heard that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you get your last meal.
Growing
I
up.
get it. I get what you're saying.
Growing up, that's what I heard all the time. If I ate, you go to a buffet. Michael, what are you going to the chair?
Oh, my gosh.
Maybe that's what Shep was referring to.
Maybe.
You guys work together in a different radio life.
That's true. He does love my father's drop. Mike, Shep used to love that drop. Anyway, 248-539-9797. What did Shep mean? Let's go to Chris. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Oh, it's an easy one. It's give him the retirement chair. Everyone starts off a series by giving him the chair to sit in and retire, and give him the chair. He doesn't need it, though.
That's so much better than the electric chair, Chris.
Yeah.
So much better.
A little bit.
Yes.
The retirement chair is at least comfortable.
Right. And at least he
More
gets
humane.
Yeah, right. At least he gets to see the rest of his life. He can retire and still enjoy life, where if he gets the aforementioned electric chair, no.
There's some very informative ticket texts coming in. Shep meant sit him down. We say it often in college baseball. Throw him the chair means to sit him down looking with a curve.
Oh.
Trucker Tom on the road. Go have a seat. He gets the chair. A lot of people, the Rod and Mario chair, duh. And then, yes, people say, go sit down. So I think Heather's probably right on this one. Probably not the electric chair. Probably not the Rod and Mario chair.
I mean, it would be interesting if it was the Rod Mario chair.
That would be
interesting if it was the electric
That would be
chair, too.
awesome.
But
My feelings for Shep as an announcer would be sky high, higher than they are right now, if that was because of the Rod and Mario thing.
Could you imagine? Like Shep's like, listen, guys, at some point, you don't know when it's coming. I'm going to do my Shep voice. You don't know when it's coming. I'm going to pay homage to Rod and Mario.
That'd be awesome.
Give him the chair.
Yes.
Mario, give him the chair. Let's see. The guy's name was not Mario that he struck out, though. You got to wait to a baseball player named Mario. Yeah, Ishbel is the guy's name.
Yes. 248
His first name's not Mario, I don't believe.
Maybe they'll do an immaculate grid with guys named Mario. 248
How many Mario in baseball can you name?
Oh, my God.
It's Kyle Isbill. So it's not Mario Isbill. Can you name a Mario baseball player?
Mario Soto, right? Former pitcher for the Reds. Well,
there was Mariano Rivera, but that's not Mario.
Was Soto's first name Mario?
I don't think so.
For the Reds?
I don't believe so.
What was it?
Oh, it is Mario. There's a Mario Soto.
Yeah, he was a really good right-handed pitcher for the Reds.
So he played way back, in the 80s and 70s.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Of course. Okay. All right. Nice job. I couldn't think of one.
Yeah. He was. I can't think of anybody current, but yeah.
Yeah. I got nothing.
Okay.
I Googled how many players in baseball are named Mario, and now I got Mario Baseball, the video game. So it's not really giving me the answer I'm looking for.
248
Damn it.
539
Luigi's in here.
9797. 248-539-9797. Discussing the big question. What did Shep need? He said, give him the chair. And I guess for those who played a lot of organized baseball, travel baseball, things like that, high school baseball, it's a common expression. One of my friends texted me, he said, come on, it means sit down.
Oh. So we're not talking about the electric chair or the Mario and Rod chair.
No, I knew that. I just never heard that expression before. That's all.
We try to figure out as well, in honor of Mario and Pemba, how many Marios there were in the game of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
There's not many. And they haven't had great careers. Mario Feliciano's in the game right now. There's a Mario Soto who you said. Mario Hollins had 1 year in baseball.
Mario Soto, look up his stats. He was pretty good. I mean,
Mario Encarnacion, he had 2 years. Let's see, Mario Soto could be...
He was an all-star at one point, I believe.
Three-time all-star for Mario Soto.
Mm-hmm.
Could be the best Mario in baseball history. A lifetime ERA of 3.47. Lifetime whip of 1.186.
Mario Soto might be the second best Mario in the four major sports.
Behind Mario Manningham?
Oh, that's close. No, I don't think Manningham. No, I'm thinking Lemieux.
Oh, I forgot about him. That's a pretty good Mario. Yeah. He's got to be the best Mario for sure.
Exactly.
He's right up there with Mario from the video games.
That's true. But I think Soto had a better career than Manningham. But Manningham did make a great catch in winning the Super Bowl.
That's very true.
I'm not familiar with all of Mario Soto's work, but I do know he was an all-star pitcher.
Now name the Luigis in sports.
Oh, my God.
There's none in baseball.
None in baseball?
I just looked.
Luigi? I can't think of any.
I'm kidding, anyway.
Oh, okay. I'm sure there's some.
I mean, that's Mario's brother.
I know. I mean, I'm sure there's some who played for, like, Juventus in the Italian league or something like that in soccer. Right?
I mean, I would assume so. There probably are soccer guys named Mario.
Oh, I'm sure Mario. There definitely are.
Getting back to give him the chair, many people, I mean, here, let's just take the call.
Okay.
Because the ticket techs are saying the same thing.
All right. Let's go to John. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, back about 3 weeks ago, maybe a month, Cam Maben was guest broadcasting with Shep. And he's the one who coined that phrase on a strikeout.
Okay, so obviously, but he didn't make it up because everybody.
No. I think Shep was asking him, what is some of the stuff you guys said in the dugout or in the field, and he was referring to it, and Shep said, hey, I'm going to use that. So apparently he did.
All right.
There you go. It
Shep.
all makes sense. Thank you, John.
Way to go.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
I like thinking electric chair.
Oh,
I really did. I did. I wanted him to mean the electric chair, but wow. Okay, Cameron Maben's awesome, by the way. That dude's got some great stories, so I could see that.
Yeah, probably.
Give him the chair.
So
we forgot about Mario Andretti, by the way, too.
Well, yeah, but we're talking team sports.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a golfer named Mario too that I'm just not familiar with right now. All right. 248-539-9797. Real quick, the Lions apparently are getting a new wide receiver, Denzel Mims. He was a second-round pick by the Jets from Baylor about 3 years ago. He's played in the league for 3 years. Not very impressive. He is fast as hell. He's tall. Allegedly, in reading some of the Jet fan sites, he does not run routes very well. Never really got along with Saleh and the staff, lacks concentration. And so the Lions are not really giving up anything. And the deal is contingent on him making the final 53. So if he does, the Lions will give the Jets a 6th-round pick. I believe this is for 2025. And the Lions would get a 7th-round pick. So it's no big deal. The compensation is nothing, really.
And to be fair to Denzel Mims, he's never really played with a real quarterback. He's never really played in a real offense. Bring him to Detroit with a really good OC. He's got height. He's got speed. Maybe it works out. He's going to get a ton of opportunity, at least early on, to make this team.
And as John Jansen has pointed out with other players, including DeAndre Swift, he is in the final year of his contract.
Ooh, so the contract year is a big thing.
A lot of times players' contract years are really good. with Jamison Williams out for 6 games.
Yes.
It's an insurance policy. I mean, I made the comparison, and it was more on the transaction than the actual ability. That does this have a Trinity Benson feel to it? And the reason I said that was because Trinity Benson, the Lions traded for him when he was about to get cut, and this is the same thing with Denzel Mims. Now, obviously, Mims has more of a track record than Trinity Benson had.
There's no question.
Yes. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, 2 abandoned babies were discovered outside of Madison Heights High School on Saturday by this unsuspecting driving instructor. So over the weekend, this driving instructor who works with the official driving school was running into Lanphier High School to use the bathroom before a session started. And he heard some really strange noises coming from, behind the building. And at first he thought it sounded like 2 cats fighting. So he thought he was hearing these fighting cats, and then it turns out completely different scenario. It wasn't cats he was hearing. It was 2 babies crying. One was in a car seat with a blanket. The other one he thought was right around 1 year old. So, of course, he called 911, and quickly officers showed up. And they haven't given a lot of info, police, yet. They did say a note was discovered with the babies. And, of course, the situation is under investigation. Such a sad story.
Awful.
And thankfully, that this man happened to hear something and found these kids. Who knows how long they'd already been there? Who knows how long they could have been there, because school's not in session, right? So thankfully they had this driving school going on at the same time. But it's just such a sad scenario all around. So changes continue at ESPN amid the on-air layoffs, and now the company has reportedly made a decision on one of its key open roles. So the network is apparently assigning longtime SportsCenter host Scott Van Pelt to lead Monday Night Countdown.
So is he not going to do SportsCenter anymore?
I don't know.
Or is he just doing double duty?
It sounds like he could do double duty, right?
Wow. So what they did was just give another job to somebody that already worked there.
Yeah, maybe an increase in pay. Who knows? Maybe not. But here's the thing. Is he still going to do the post-Monday night football stuff on SportsCenter?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Good.
Yeah, like is he still going to do all of that?
I thought you meant...
Like everything. He does his late night show, but after the late night events, he's really good.
He is really good. I think he and Stephen A. Smith are the flag bearers, so to speak, for ESPN right now.
What about Mike?
Mike Valenti?
No.
Mike Greenberg?
Yes. What do we think about Mike Greenberg?
I wish he was more opinionated.
I agree. Way. He's like the Ryan Seacrest of ESPN.
Yeah, he does a nice job being a, host. So
good nuts and bolts guys.
Yes.
But has zero opinion. Likes the Jets a lot.
Yeah, I know.
So just days after a woman was gored by a bison at Yellowstone, a woman suffered the same fate while she was visiting Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota. It's happened again. The victim, identified only as a female tourist from Minnesota, was in serious but stable condition after suffering significant injuries to her abdomen and foot. Yikes. The victim was attacked Saturday morning, and park rangers say that the woman was treated there at the scene and then transported to a hospital. They also say this incident is still under investigation because this one doesn't sound like she was doing anything inappropriate. She was at a trailhead ready probably to go take a hike, take a walk when this bison approached. So
how does that investigation go? Do they just put the bison in the lineup line?
Let's see what happens. Which one was it?
Number 2, please step forward. Show us your horns.
Yes.
Number 3.
Exactly. Vanna White has negotiated her deal with Wheel of Fortune, but only the celebrity version, not the actual syndicated show. So it sounds like things aren't going the way she wants. They're not going quickly because apparently Sony is not being very receptive to all her demands. Plus, her negotiations have kind of been put on hold because of the writer's strike going on.
Oh, yeah.
But it sounds like they don't want to give her what she is asking. So she apparently wants half of what Pat Sajak makes, and he makes like $15 million a year.
So she wants $7.5 million to stick around?
Yes. Now she has made $3 million a year basically for the past forever because she hasn't gotten a raise. So she's been making that for quite a while. So she wants
to double it?
She wants to double it.
What do we think about this?
I think it's absurd.
Well,
I mean,
on one
I know
hand,
she's very talented,
but she's the only link left to the original Wheel of Fortune.
Okay, great.
But on the other hand,
But-
she also hasn't been given a raise, apparently.
She hasn't been given a raise in a very long time.
Cost of living.
I love Vanna White. Got to keep her with the show. You got to find a way to keep her there. But also, when you think about it, the role is very easily replaceable at the same time. I mean, I'm
there
available.
a W?
I am
There's
available. Just saying.
You
I
could
will.
do that.
I will.
Will you do it for
I
$3
will
million?
move. I would do it for a lot less. Are you listening, Sony? Like,
Yes.
yes.
We need to make an audition tape.
I always wanted to do Vanna White's job.
Could you do
Be
it?
a letter
It's very
flipper.
difficult.
Could I do it?
You got to reach high sometimes.
The only problem I would have, I could totally do it. I would suffer. Because I have a really bad back. Being in heels would hurt.
Do you have any vowels?
Heather has hosted people trying to guess which hat a
Yeah,
ball is under.
exactly.
At Comerica Park. She could certainly
Flip a letter.
handle the letters on Wheel of
Yes,
Fortune.
without a
This
doubt.
would be amazing. Does anybody watch Wheel of Fortune?
Yes, a
Really?
lot of people watch Wheel.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm more of
yeah.
a Jeopardy guy, but if it's
Well, Jeopardy, I understand. Who's the host of Jeopardy these days?
Ken Jennings.
Ken Jennings.
And
Oh,
Maya
the dude
Bialik.
that won it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
You haven't watched.
I don't
apparently.
watch Jeopardy. Or is it still the 7 o'clock hour block on
Yes.
NBC?
Yes.
Yes, on Channel 4. Yes.
What comes first?
Wheel.
Wheel of Fortune.
Oh.
And it's funny.
Leads
because-
up to Jeopardy.
It's just funny because I have friends in New York who will text if there's something bizarre on Jeopardy, and I always say, guys, we get it it's switched here because they get it at 7.
Oh, wow.
So when Holzhauer was on his
Oh,
run.
yeah.
You ever think to yourself, there's so much new technology in 2023. You can do all these crazy cool things, but yet we still watch Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy.
Why not? We still
People
watch.
love game shows.
People's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Those-
there's not enough. Look
I'm
at
never gonna go away.
all the new ones, the celebrity ones,
Mm-hmm.
they're Family Feud, Celebrity Family Feud, and
I just watched
Celebrity
some
Pyramid.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Michael Strahan's hosting.
Yeah,
the
Michael
ones I just
Strahan
watched.
is. I like Michael Strahan, but he's got enough. No more.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
more.
He does have a lot on his plate.
Yeah.
My
does.
goodness.
Enough. Considering that he hates John Jansen, so
Well, maybe that's why they keep giving him work.
I know. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Hey, you want to get away, relax, and have a great time? Go to the D Las Vegas. They got everything you need. The D is located in downtown Vegas where the action is, and if you stay at the D, you're going to get 2 free stadium swim passes located at the Circa Hotel and Casino, and we'll be there for opening night of the National Football League. We'll be watching the Lions and the Chiefs, maybe at Stadium Swim. Anyway, we're doing our show from there on Friday. Love Vegas, love downtown. The odds are better. It's a lot of fun. They have great food at the D as well. They got Joe Vaccaro's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse. They've got Bacon Nation right there. Jansen can't wait to have all that bacon. And, of course, the Long Bar. There's a lot of fun. And the odds are, like I said, better downtown. And the D is very inexpensive. Best bang for your buck. So go online right now, D.com. Book your room today. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. By the way, congratulations to our good buddy Greg Kampe. This is crazy to me. I didn't realize because we just know Greg Kampe is just a fun-loving guy, coaching Oakland University's basketball team for it seems like the last 60 years, yes. But I didn't realize what a football stalwart he was. Greg Kampe has been named, and he'll be included in the inaugural class of the National High School Football Hall of Fame. National. He played at Defiance High School in the early 70s. He's a little older than I am. And he believes they picked him because to represent Defiance High School, which in Ohio, which is a small town, and the whole town would shut down on Fridays. But what's amazing to me is when you think of Greg Kampe, listen to who else he was being inducted with. Archie Griffin, Archie Payton, and Cooper Manning, and Eli Manning, Chris Spielman, Bernie Kosar, Jim Brown, Lomas Brown, Marcus Dupree, Ted Ginn Sr., and Paul Brown. And that is unbelievable to be in that class.
Well, so apparently Kampe, really good high school football player, as you know, played in college as well, and did not get drafted, but had workouts with multiple teams, and something happened with his agent. And then he just went into coaching basketball. He was really good. He once told me about it.
He told you he was really good?
He told me he was really good. I believe what people tell me.
I know. I didn't. I know he played football.
Obviously, if he's going in the Hall of Fame, he's pretty good.
Right. I know he played at Bowling Green. I didn't know he had a bad experience with an agent. Wow. Interesting. I wonder if he would. The Seattle Seahawks, I believe, started in like 1976, and they announced yesterday they're bringing back their old uniforms for throwback, and you're allowed to wear it once, and it's going to be, I believe, against Cleveland later this season. And they're bringing back their old jerseys, the different shade of blue than they have right now, and I love them. And they did a pretty cool video release because what they wore like in the 90s, so to speak. And they had Jackson Smith and Jigba, model it, and he's like lying in his bed. You don't see him. The alarm goes off, and it's like 90s music and things like that. And his room looks like it's from the 90s. It was pretty good. So let me ask you this, Jeff, because you care about such things like I do.
Such frivolous things like uniforms, yes.
What are the best throwbacks? 248-539-9797. Throwbacks.
Well, I mean, the Lions throwbacks, the ones they actually had a good season in, I love those ones because they actually won. Going back to just the plain uniform with the plain helmet.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
But the best throwbacks of like uniforms I actually would like to see. Mm-hmm. Remember the old Phillies uniforms?
The powder blues?
Love those. And sometimes the Phillies wear them.
Yes.
Now, you're from Philly, so maybe you don't like them.
I don't like them as much.
I like the powder blues with the maroon accents. That's a solid look for me.
Yeah, see, I don't like that. Oh, that was more part of my childhood. That P, I like the other P better.
You like the other P?
The script P.
Understood. You like one P over the other P.
Yes.
One P is more satisfying than the other. Totally understand.
No doubt about it.
One P is more relieving. I get it.
My favorite of all time, and it's the favorite of many, many sports fans, is the Chargers powder blues.
Yeah, those are sweet.
The baby blues of the Los Angeles Chargers are the best.
I did not mind, and you'll laugh, the creamsicles.
I don't mind
the Tampa
either.
Bay Buccaneers.
I think that's great. They're bringing them back for a game this year.
They represented losing. That's why forever I believed that the Lions should change their entire color scheme.
Oh, I did too.
Because maybe that would erase the losing and all the bad memories. But I like those. And then I also, very underrated, the old pirate flat top hat.
Oh, yeah, like Kent Tekulve and those guys.
Yes. I love those things. The painter's cap, I believe it's called, right?
No, it's called the...
What's it called? It had the flat top hat.
It was a pipe thing.
It was black, and then it had the yellow accents around.
Yes.
Pretty sweet.
And they had like stars, like almost like they gave them to players like college football guys got. It's pipe something. I forget. Pipe anyway.
Piping?
No. I forget what it's called. But yes, those hats are cool. The Steelers, the Pirates, that's what, as much as I'm not a Penguins guy, so to speak, the Steelers and Pirates and the Penguins, when they went black and gold from their original powder blues, which I love the Penguins powder
Oh, yeah.
blues too.
I
They want to
agree.
bring back those throwbacks.
They're hideous because all of them say Crosby on the back, I feel. And it really pisses me off.
Yeah,
the
'cause
thing I remember about those is when the Wings lost in Game 7 at Joe Louis Arena, there were so many people walking around in the powdered blue 87 Crosby unis. Made me freaking sick.
Well, they did look really sweet when they played in that first Winter Classic with the snow falling and they had the powder blues or whatever. But what I was going to say is that the whole city of Pittsburgh at one point, they were all black and yellow. Yes.
Right, yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yes, that was a little off the beaten path. I would agree with you.
Right.
But
Well,
the other look, by
was
the
it
way,
Wiz Khalifa who did black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow? Was it him?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, I can't
like
keep
Wiz
track of
Khalifa.
my rappers. I'm such a fan of the rap game.
Do you remember? You strike me as a rap fan. Do you remember? It was the White Sox uniforms.
The shorts ones?
Shorts. Like, how did you not kill your legs by sliding?
I know. It made no sense to me.
And they were hideous. In fact, Bally's just had them on yesterday. They were doing like the worst uniforms. And they had the T-shirt, but it was a collar on the top.
Right.
It was so ridiculous looking. Like how those ever passed any fashion sense is beyond me.
By the way, this weekend, we're going to get to see one of the great Tiger uniforms of all time, Tigres. I love that jersey.
I agree. Good one. Very good.
White with the Tigres and script. It's a beautiful jersey.
I like the Detroit Stars too.
That's a little too busy for me.
Love it.
But it's fine. Oh yeah, that's right. It's
this
the
weekend
Stars
is Negro
the
League.
Stars, right? The Tigres is.
I think that's coming up when Pink is in. No, wait. There's a big. There's a big weekend. It's less Tigres.
With Madonna, but she's no longer going to be in town.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. My bad.
Pink cannot be
And, like,
playing at
WWE
Comerica
or
Park
something.
the same time as the Tigres.
You probably raise it.
Yeah.
Although she could play one of those concerts after the game, that'd be kind of cool. Play the game and then a Pink concert.
She's way too big for that, though.
You're probably right.
I kind of want to see her.
I do,
She's
too.
Really, she puts on a great show, from what I understand.
My daughter wants to see her too. I'm trying to get tickets.
I mean-
Have you seen the prices?
No.
They're obscene.
For Pink? Really?
Yes.
She's acrobatic. She does all that stuff.
Utterly obscene.
Let's go to Jeff. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, Stoney. I can't stand any of the throwbacks.
Why?
With all the cool things they can do on clothes now, they can print 3D stuff and all that. Why are we going back to? They were ugly then.
Nostalgia.
They're ugly, worse ugly now.
Come on, Jeff. You know you see those uniforms, maybe not you, but me, and you remember where you were, what part of your life you were in. Brings back all the cool memories.
Absolutely. That doesn't mean that they weren't horribly ugly.
Of course.
So Jeff,
And
let me
I
ask
just don't-
Jeff. Let me
I
ask
don't
you
want
this.
to be reminded of that time either.
Jeff, let me ask you a question. You really
Sure.
think the old San Diego Chargers jerseys, the powder blue, were ugly?
I'm thinking more along the lines of the Lions and those horrible creamsicle Tampa Bay ones. I couldn't believe that they would bring those things back, but they should just burn them all. No, I'm not saying
but it's
every
for
one of
one
them is,
game-
but
for
I
one
mostly
game.
worry about the Lions.
For one game. Like if you told me,
No.
like I don't want to bring back the Vancouver Canucks with the bright yellow with the V and all that. I mean, they were basically, puke worthy.
Yeah.
They were ugly.
You know who had great throwbacks? The first Coyotes uniforms?
Oh yeah.
The Coyote playing hockey?
Yes, exactly.
Pretty solid.
Yes, with
Love that.
with the little checks and all that kind of stuff
Yeah,
on them.
it was cool.
Very cool. 248-539-9790. And I think it's really cool that the Carolina Hurricanes, they pay homage to their past when they wear the Whaler jerseys.
Yes.
I think that's
That's solid.
Yes.
That's solid. But no, the last caller, that's part of the charm, by the way.
Right.
These jerseys are ugly. We know they're ugly. They got the dated look. They're from the 70s, the 60s, but they're fun.
They're not all ugly either. I know
Yeah,
somebody who
most-
likes like the old Raiders road jerseys. Do they still wear the all whites with the silver number?
But those are impossible to be ugly. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't like them. No.
oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't mind those at all.
Raiders should, the black ones are great.
What do you think of the new Lions helmet and the jersey that accompanies it?
Well, the jersey doesn't accompany it yet. They're wearing their throwback, their gray alternatives. So we haven't seen. They think will debut their new throwbacks later this year to be worn next year, and the rumor is it's going to bring back the black jersey, which I hated.
That'd be a good look, though, I think.
As far as the helmet, I love the color on that helmet. I'm just. And
You don't like the logo.
And I'm an old guy. I'm an old guy, as you know. I don't like that lions, with the bars.
The thin lion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
don't like bubbles.
Wojo and I deemed it Slyin. It's the, slim lion. He's very slim. He doesn't look like he has any muscles at all.
They still don't have any.
He's got no arm muscles. He's got no mid muscles.
Well, even the bubbles or whatever you call that lion.
Okay. I told this to Wojo. Heather, you too.
Mm-hmm.
I told this to Wojo. He didn't believe me until we had a ton of people call in. How long does it take the average Michigan kid to realize where the damn eye was on bubbles? That damn logo is so deceiving. Is the hole the eye? Is the eye the eye? Is the legs the mouth? Go look it up.
No.
No, this is a thing in Detroit sports. It takes forever. You're from Philly.
Yes.
You might not
No,
know.
I get it.
It takes forever to figure out the logo. Go.
I know it.
I will show you at the break. No. Look, pop it up.
Okay, hold on.
By the way, speaking of Philly, I love the Eagles throwbacks. The old Kelly greens.
What's hard about this logo?
Awesome. 248-539-9797.
You got to go back to the old one before they made it better.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. By the way, I retweeted something that I think is pretty fun to look at. And I was disappointed. And this might make me an a-hole. But somebody who I follow tweeted, this might be the greatest mound charge of all time. And it was a Japanese League baseball game. And I'm expecting...
Like Rod Allen.
Fireworks.
Like it was with
Give him the
Rod.
chair.
Yeah. Give him the chair.
And the
Not the electric chair, of course.
Pitcher throws the ball behind the guy's head, and the batter charges the mound. And check it out. Just go to the Twitter.
Oh, we're not going to give it away.
No.
Yeah.
We shouldn't.
Go to Stoney's Twitter.
Yes. It's nuts. Also, something else I found out during the break, and I really don't pay too much attention to Darren Ravel. I kind of think he's kind of a tool. But he did post, he's a sports business betting guy, used to be at ESPN.
Accused of stealing many people's content.
Correct. He tweeted this out, and I think it's unbelievable. There's a newspaper article to back it up. This day, today is July 20th, 2023. On this date, 1969, man landed on the moon for the first time. So he tweeted out the San Francisco Giant manager Alvin Dark commented on his pitcher Gaylord Perry, the Hall of Famer, hit an awful swing because pitchers used to, hit in those days, and most of them sucked. He said that a man would land on the moon before Gaylord Perry would hit a home run in a game. So July 20th, 1969, Neil Armstrong landed on the moon. 30 minutes later, Gaylord Perry hit a home run.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
He might have stole that from somebody, but who cares? It's really interesting.
Well, here's the newspaper of the story of it. National League Roundup. Yeah, so it's there. That is pretty amazing, isn't it?
That is cool.
Yes.
Well, he's on the moon. I guess I can go yard now.
Yeah, that's right. So where is the Lions' eye has generated some ticket text talk.
Yeah, I brought it up, and Heather didn't believe me, but I think it's just a rite of passage for Detroit sports fans. With the old Lions logo, it was always tough to figure out where the eyes were, where the legs were.
I think it's like an optical, it depends what your brain sees, because I see right away that eye people think is an eye is just the
like
gap
that dress
between
thing,
the
is
chin.
it blue or is it
Yeah, because it took me a while to see what everyone else was seeing.
Yeah, but if you look at it, Heather, the two front legs look like a huge mouth.
If you
the
look
gap
at that
looks
as
like
an eye.
And then the other space, which is his actual eye, mouth rather, looks like the start of his mane.
I can see it now that you have pointed it out, but that's not what I originally see.
Well, you saw it the right way, the way they intended you. Here's some ticket text. Ready?
Uh-huh.
As a kid, I thought the lion's leg was its mouth. Took me about 10 years to figure out what the hell was going on with the Lions logo. Added the extra lines to make it clear. Was much needed, way too far delayed. That's from JD. Here's another one. I think I was 15, Jeff, before the logo made sense. Also thought the gap between the legs and mane was the eye. See, right there.
I understand what people are seeing. But
I didn't figure out where Bubbles' eye was until I was 16.
Wow.
I told you it's a thing.
It's a brain, it's how your brain sees it.
Yes, and then somebody says I'm just complaining. So.
Well, yes. Gator is here. Carson Anderson coming up next. Let's ask Gator that question about the eye, Jeffrey.
Gator, you're a lifelong Detroiter. You're a sports fan.
Well, near lifelong in Detroit, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. Near lifelong Detroiter. How long did it take you to correctly identify the old Lions logo, where the eye was, where the legs were, what the hell the gap was for?
I don't know if it took me that long.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't think about it either.
Maybe it was just me.
Today. No.
I'm telling you, it's a thing. By
I
the
know.
ticket texters, it's a thing.
I know.
Some people struggle with it.
Well, they added the angry eye and the fang. They added that like 10 years ago.
Right, but the initial one. Before that, like, were the legs, was it just like missing an amputee lion maybe? It's missing its front two legs and the front legs were the mouth?
I don't think it's amputee lion. No, I don't. I don't think it lost a battle in the Serengeti. I think it's fine. I have to remember it's like one's up and it's like ready to pounce lion.
I already logged off.
All right.
I can show it to you. But you got to do the 2 Grand Slams.
It's a 2 Grand Slam. It's Thursday, and I'll say this. Our listener today got, 4 correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is a little more difficult than normal, so there's not that much pressure on you. We don't expect greatness like we usually do.
I like this one.
Yes.
I think it's easier than normal.
Do you like doing this, or do you get nervous?
I get nervous every time.
You look a little nervous.
I'm nervous.
He's getting nervous. All right. Here we go. The clock begins when I start. Well, not right. Here we go. The Royals and Chiefs play their home games in this state.
Missouri.
He was the male star of the 2004 movie The Notebook.
Gosling.
She was the female star of the 1989 rom-com When Harry Met Sally.
Someone with an M and Meg Ryan.
He is the head coach of the Detroit Pistons.
God, what is wrong with me? Pass.
Dexter, Michigan is located in this county.
Dexter is whatever Ann Arbor's in. I'm drawing blanks right past. I'm drawing blanks.
38 times 4 equals this.
Oh, come on. 76 and 76 is 152.
He was the Lions offensive coordinator before Ben Johnson.
Bob Cooter?
No,
it wasn't. It was Anthony Lynn. Damn it.
I'll give it to you.
All
He's the lead singer of the 2014 hit Uptown Funk.
The guy, the Bruno Mars.
I'll give you the rest of the questions. You got 6 correct. Name both planets that start with the same letter.
This was a tough one for me.
Mercury and Mars.
Alex DeBrincat played for this team last season.
Ottawa.
The head coach of the Pistons is
Monty Williams.
Monty Williams.
You draw blanks.
And Dexter, Michigan. The county is Washtenaw, where Ann Arbor's located.
There you go. It's that one.
Yes. All right. What do you guys got going? You're going to break down Denzel Mims.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm happy about it. I don't know where Doug's at on this, but we'll get to that right out of the chute because I think that's sort of. I mean, it was breaking news.
Yeah,
so
I kind of made
the
I made the analogy. It's Trinity Benson because he was going to get cut anyway, but he has a much better resume.
Yeah, my concern is that there were other options.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to give up anything for, so we'll see.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a great day, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
All right, welcome to the program. Hope you're doing well. Gator, how are you today?
All right.
That wasn't very convincing.
I'm fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm happy. Tigers won. Nothing's wrong. Tigers won. That was good. Lions make a deal, add a wide receiver to the mix.
Yeah, you say you're not sure about it, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure about it, just because I know that there were plenty of experienced wide receivers available in the free agent market that you wouldn't have had to give up any draft capital for. Not that the draft capital gave up is anything huge. It's 2025?
Yeah, and
for a conditional sixth round pick and then a 7th round pick.
But you know what the condition is?
Yeah, that he makes the roster.
So
if he doesn't make the roster, then you don't lose the pick.
Which means whatever you wanted before this, you could still go get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying that here we are. Training camp's ready to start. If I wanted to hit the ground running, maybe I just go and get one of those free agent receivers.
Who did you prefer?
I had to look back at the list, but they definitely there were some names on that list. I have to pull that one up again. Yeah, there were definitely some bigger names that were left on the list.
Well, I mean, this seems like a classic. I mean, this is a classic change of scenery kind of deal. This kid comes over where he wasn't highly thought of. He was a 2nd round pick, so that's decent draft capital put into him. He's a big, strong wide receiver who needed to sharpen his route running and was a previous regime guy with the Jets. And in the last 2 years, the Jets have added Garrett Wilson, Randall Cobb, Mecole Hardman, Alan Lazard, and Mims was buried on the depth chart, and they were going to cut him. And Detroit apparently was the only team that potentially offered them anything. But if they cut him, then essentially they've given up absolutely nothing, because that'll pretty much void the trade. And in the meantime, if they keep him, it's 7th round pick to 6th round pick.
Yeah, it's not a big loss. And there were the other names were the guys like Jarvis Landry, still a free agent. If you wanted to kick the tires on Kenny Galladay, I know there's a lot of hit and miss there. Julio Jones, N'Keal Henry or Harry. It was always a receiver I liked. Never really lived up to his potential. But I feel like there's something else there. I mean, it's a big receiver. So.
Well, there's two things. I mean, the biggest part is if they want one of those guys, they can just still do this and cut them.
Yeah. T.Y. Hilton,
And they obviously – I'm always intrigued when an organization like Detroit, who is less than great weapons in the skill positions, but still put up big numbers, what do they see in Mims that they like? Like, what does Brad Holmes see? What does Ben Johnson see? What does this organization see in Mims that they like?
Well, he's got great size. That's the first thing that'll strike you, because he's 6'3". Mm-hmm. There's a reason he was drafted in the 2nd round out of college. I think people thought that highly of him. And take a look back at the Jets. The Jets have been a train wreck, so nobody's had a chance to really succeed there. But when you have 42 receptions in 3 seasons, it's not a whole lot there, and no touchdowns, by the way. Look, it's not much of a risk. I'm not saying I hate it. I don't hate this. It's just see what's there. You're kicking the tires on somebody. Like you said, if you don't like it, you can always bring somebody else in.
Tom Pelissaro tweeted out the condition of the pick is a swap. The swap for Mims is that he makes Detroit's 53-man roster, so it's a free look at a player who's talented enough to go 59th overall in 2020. Should be plenty motivated in a contract year. I mean, it's the same draft that Okudah came out in, right? So Okudah's in Atlanta, and I'm sure they're saying similar things in Atlanta, like, hey, why not? Mm-hmm. So we shall see. It's a position of need. And if there's anything in this guy's tank, we'll find out, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you got to find. Does he make this team any better? Is he better than Josh Reynolds or Kalif Raymond? Probably not. But is he better than the 5th receiver? Is he better than Tom Kennedy? Is he better than the 7th round pick? I mean, the 7th round. I always forget the guy's name, but the
Antoine Green.
There you go, the kid from North Carolina. He can be parked in the practice squad, likely.
Yep.
Unless somebody wants to poach him and put him on the roster. So it's look, you're talking about the last receiver on your roster, effectively. Unless you get one of those other guys I mentioned, maybe one of those guys is actually an upgrade over something else that you have. But give him a chance.
Right. When he gets here, he's going to meet with the media, and I want to compare and contrast the quotes that he has to the quotes that Jeffrey Okudah has when he meets with the media in Atlanta or has met with the media in Atlanta.
Here's something I do like, where if sometimes I like to give a little dig to the Packers, whatever, or Aaron Rodgers in particular here. This guy was squeezed out of the Jets and their opportunities there because the Jets brought in former Packer receivers to appease Aaron Rodgers. So maybe he's got a little chip on the shoulder there to show. It's just the smallest chip that I can try to find. You know me, I like to cultivate those chips.
Yes, you do.
So if it's something that they can prove that he's actually useful and has a place in the NFL, and the Packers the Jets made a mistake by bringing in former Packers like Alan Lazard, okay.
It would be awesome if Mims comes to Detroit and is better than Cobb or Lazard are for the Jets, and that Aaron Rodgers had something to do with this.
Yes. That would be precious. I would love that. These are the petty things that I can hold on to.
Petty AF.
Yes. I can be petty.
Because you think if Aaron Rodgers wanted Denzel Mims, he'd still be there?
Yes.
Yep.
100%.
No, but he wanted his boys. I mean, he's
well,
probably
we know what he wanted, yeah.
Maybe Jordy Nelson and, who else? Donald Driver. I don't know who else he played with, but maybe they can get him a job too.
Hey, guys, I'll take $20 less if you want to go get Devontae Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you'll take $20 less. Okay.
I like the trade, guys. It's almost risk-free, like you said, Doug. This is a classic change of scenery. You mentioned Okuda. It's if the Jets saw him and like, hey, he was a bust. But somewhere else, he's like, hey, this guy is 6'3", 200 pounds, ran sub 4.4. He's just had bad quarterbacks. Zach Wilson, Flacco, whoever. He never had anyone to play with. Maybe he can do something here. And if it works out, you gave up, a 6th-round pick, and you get a 7th in return. If it doesn't work out, you gave up nothing. It just shows, I think, the Lions know they need competition and they need some depth, especially with Jameson Williams out the first 6 weeks. Maybe Mims does beat out a Josh Reynolds, and you really found something and you gave up nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the quarterback situation in the Jets can explain a lot. If he's successful here, it just confirms that the Jets QB situation was a mess. I don't even think we need confirmation. It further confirms, I guess. Yeah.
We know.
Well, they know because they got another quarterback.
Yeah.
I just pulled up his combine numbers from 2020 when he came into the league.
But they're pretty good.
Yeah, as King said, sub 4.4. He was a 4.38 40 guy. At the combine, he measured a legit 6'3", vertical leap of 38.5 inches, a broad jump of 10 feet 11 inches, so almost an 11-foot broad jump. I mean, these are good combine numbers for sure. Probably one of the reasons why he jumps up to the 59th pick overall.
All right, got some Tigers to get to today as they win last night, but is this hot enough to change course? Because the Twins keep winning, so we've struggled with what is the exact definition of hot and how much does it matter how the Tigers are playing or the game's back column. If you want to continue talking Lions, we can do that. In the meantime, Gator, we think we have the solution to the running back getting paid issue.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's been done before, and it can be done again. We'll get to that at 10:30. First, I want to bring up something that is just so Doug. You're going to laugh. I'll just say that. You're going to laugh.
Okay.
Yeah, I will introduce that today at 10:20. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so Tigers win 3-2. We'll get to that a little bit later on, but if you do want to talk Tigers, feel free. Lions make a trade. Seems like a low-risk, potential reward type of deal. A 2025 conditional 6th-round pick to the Jets for a 7th, and Denzel Mims, a former second-rounder, is in a contract year. Was considered quite the prospect out of college, but hasn't done anything really at the NFL level. So, I mean, why not? The condition on the 6th-round pick is that he has to make the 53-man roster, and if he doesn't, then basically trades off. So they get to kick the tires at no cost. In the meantime, Gator, I saw this, and all I could do was smile. I was looking to do potentially a who's on top today.
Okay.
Find a top 10 of some kind.
Sure.
And I found Gatorade flavors ranked.
It's funny because I had to choose from Gatorade flavors this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, take a guess at how many Gatorade flavors they have. No, I mean, I don't even know if this is the definitive list of how many Gatorade flavors there are, but
because you have like the Gatorade Zero, they have the G.
There's Zero, there's G2.
There's a regular Gatorade. Now they have Gatorade Fit, which is like electrolytes and other stuff in there.
Isn't there Gatorade AM? I mean, there's all these different Gatorades.
It's got to be like at least 50 different kinds of.
Well, they ranked
Gatorade.
49, so well done.
All right.
But I immediately was like, okay, let's see where my favorite ranks.
All right.
My favorite is the Cucumber Lime Zero.
I saw that today. I saw the color. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting color. Wait a minute. Is this that crappy one that Doug likes?
Yeah.
Is what I said out loud.
So I will tell you that this list does not include any zeros or G2s or Fit. It's just all flavors.
Okay. Well, let's.
Where do you think my favorite Cucumber Lime ranks?
Out of 49?
Yep.
47.
That's correct. First of all, when I asked you how many flavors of Gatorade are, you said 50, and it was 49. I asked you where Cucumber Lime ranks. You said 47. It is 47. You've seen this list.
I have not seen this list.
That's incredible.
I'm making up for, forgetting Monty Williams' name. Total guess. Honestly, total guess.
The Gatorade that I love ranks 47th out of 49 ranked flavors of Gatorade. The two behind it
are feces.
Fake Reese's, people.
Fake Reese's.
Fake
Yeah,
Reese's.
Yeah, that's it. Fake Reese's.
Is that light or zero or just regular?
No, that's just regular. Because they don't even do the lights or the zero. What are the ones behind it?
The two behind it rank
Chowder. New Gatorade Chowder. Available Manhattan style.
I was gonna say it's got to be the Manhattan version. We all know that one
Gatorade
sucks.
Tomato. Yeah.
Tomato.
Here's the two that rank behind the Gatorade Cucumber
Here's
Lime.
Gatorade Lurch. What flavor is Lurch? Yes.
It's got real bits of Gator.
It's exactly what you expect it to be. You'll lurch after you drink it.
Gatorade Muddy Water.
Yeah.
The two that rank behind Cucumber Lime are Gatorade Pineapple.
I would think that would be good. I haven't had it.
And Gatorade Black Currant.
I would try that. That sounds better than the lime cucumber. Lime cucumber, let me go back a little bit. I've never had it, and actually it does sound kind of refreshing. I'm sure I wouldn't mind it terribly. I don't mind, like when you put a cucumber in water, it actually is refreshing.
Mm-hmm.
And adding lime to it, there's that freshness. So it doesn't sound terrible. Those other two flavors sound better, though.
Better than Cucumber Lime?
Yeah.
Well, they're not. Ha!
Where's my flavor rank?
What is your flavor?
Glacier Cherry.
The white one?
Yeah. Yeah, this one here.
Third.
Is it third?
Is it? Wow.
Yep. Solid.
Kang, do you have a favorite flavor of Gatorade?
Spittoon. It's got to be ranked higher than yours, right? No, mine is always orange, always.
Gatorade Orange ranks 11th. Number one, and this is the one that kids ask for all the time, Cool Blue.
Cool Blue.
Yep.
What's purple? Purple's one.
The purple stuff?
Riptide Rush.
Is that Sunny D?
Riptide Rush, and then it says in parentheses, purple.
There you go.
Is 7th.
Okay.
God, I mean, think about the fact that Gatorade has kind of gotten away with just calling their drinks by color. And it works for them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's literally marketing.
So the classic lemon lime,
the yellow one,
greenish yellow, ranks 4th.
What about the cherry? Regular cherry.
Regular cherry, aka red. There's a bunch of red ones. I'm just looking for which one they actually just call red.
I think there's a name for it. I think is it fruit punch?
Might be. Hold on. I must have missed it because that would be near the top.
Okay,
here it is. It is. Fruit punch red is 9th.
I like fruit punch.
Yeah, no, it's solid. I mean, look, you know what it is when you go golfing and here comes a beverage cart and you feel like getting a Gatorade in addition to 6 beers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for the group, of course.
Yep.
Group being, if you're driving by yourself, it you call out by color. You don't say, hey, do you have aqua mist?
No.
Or whatever. You say, you got yellow? Yeah, I'll just have a yellow. What kind of Gatorade do you have? And they'll respond. We have yellow, red, and purple. Purple's great.
Some of these Gatorade flavors I've never heard of, like Gatorade Pineapple and Gatorade Black Currant. Mango Extremo ranks 42nd.
Mango Extremo.
Yep.
Why do you have to throw the O after extreme?
Is that aggressive mango?
Kind of
is aggressive mango.
That's aggressive mango.
There it is, Doug. You got a new flavor.
Gatorade Tidal Punch is 31st.
I bet you that's good.
Fierce Melon is 29th.
I think I've had Fierce Melon.
Have you?
We all have.
Cascade
Came
Crash.
out of nowhere.
Gatorade Cascade Crash ranks 22nd.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
Rainberry ranks 19th. Green Apple, 16th.
Okay. I've never had green apple.
How about
That'd be
this one?
interesting.
Icy Charge ranks 13th.
That's not even a flavor.
No.
What is that?
I don't know.
Icy Charge.
Top 10. Blue Cherry is 10th. Fruit Punch is 9th. Fierce Grape is 8th. Gatorade Riptide Rush is 7th. Strawberry Lemonade is 6th.
Pulpy Vomit.
Arctic Blitz is 5th. Lemon Lime is 4th. Glacier Cherry is 3rd. The top 2 are both blue. Glacier Freeze is 2nd, and Cool Blue is number 1.
All right.
So this is going to be great discussion during our rain delay when I'm coaching baseball today because the kids all make fun of cucumber lime. They think it's the most disgusting thing they've ever tried.
I don't think you're going to have a delay today.
You don't think so?
No.
Straight up cancellation?
Yes.
Yep.
Paul Gross will tell you.
Yeah.
Just follow Paul on Twitter. You'll find out soon enough.
Doug's holding out hope, man.
Yeah.
Chances are strong to quite strong.
You think we can get it in?
Between the tornadoes? Yeah.
We got a small window here.
I don't know. How long does it take for 4 inches of water to leave the area?
We're going to start with a runner on second. Yeah. All right. So, Gator, you have a problem with the running backs and the situation and what's going on with them. And I got to admit, Kang came up with a brilliant solution. It's been done before. Could it happen again? We'll get to that today at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so earlier in the week, we were talking about Saquon Barkley, who has said he may skip the season. And, this is one of those deals where I can totally see some fans going, wait, you can play on the franchise tag and make $10.1 million, but you're going to skip the season. I could get by on $10.1 million. We know how this works. Like, people can get upset. And then the other part of this is that the running back franchise number is like around half of what some other positions are. And the game's changed, right? I mean, it's gone away from the running back. And if you look at, Ryan Russillo was reporting that the last 5 Super Bowl winners that didn't have Patrick Mahomes as their quarterback, their leading rusher was a whole bunch, like Sony Michel. I mean, teams are winning Super Bowls without having anywhere close to elite running backs.
Well, it's sort of true, and it isn't at the same time. It's not that the running back isn't important, because the running back position is very important. It's that teams are doing it by committee now, as opposed to having the bell count. That's the change.
And it's less important. It's less important, A, than it was, and B, than other positions.
Well, they're definitely throwing the football more, but it's still, I mean, teams are still running the ball pretty well, for 100 and I think the average is 120-something yards a game.
Carries are down. Production's down, and you can't having an elite running back doesn't automatically make you a Super Bowl contender. Having an elite quarterback kind of does. But anyway,
of course.
Long story short, Ken came up with this idea, and I'm like, oh my God, it's been done before. And I got to hand it to you. Is this an original?
I mean, I didn't hear anybody else or see anybody else write about it. I don't think anything's original anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not trying to take credit. Like, I'm the first, guys. I'm the only. No,
well, but it was. I was like, could this? First, I want to know, could it actually happen? But secondly, there were 3 running backs. Now, did Pollard? He didn't sign, did he?
Pollard did.
Did
correct?
he?
Yeah, he did.
He's the one that did, and then Saquon and Josh Jacobs did not.
You want to see this market get corrected if it needs correcting? And if these guys want to get paid, can go for it.
Gator, you might smell what I'm cooking here.
All right.
And that's The Rock and the XFL or the USFL needed to step up and pay these running backs and bring them over to their league. They should have pulled what the USFL did years ago. You guys were watching back then when they had Jim Kelly and
Steve Young, Herschel Walker, yep. Anthony Carter.
This is the only way
Reggie
that
White.
The XFL. I'll just use the XFL here for an example, because The Rock, they're in the red. I don't care if they're in the red. Get more in the red, because you got to spend money to make money. If they want their league to have a dent into the football market, or try have more eyeballs, make more money, commercials, views, all that stuff, go get some real players. And I'm not saying just get one. it's too bad Tony Pollard already signed, but I would have got Tony Pollard. I would have said, hey, 15 to 20 million a year. Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. Dalvin Cook is out there. That guy, he can still run his league. They just basically let him go because they're trying to save money, right? I would have got all 4 of these guys, and anyone else that wants to come that gets paid. Hey, guess what? We pay running backs over here. And when Dalvin Cook or Saquon Barkley rushes for 2,000 yards in their year, yeah, maybe kind of empty, but still, it's going to make headlines.
It's going to make headlines.
Yeah, and you're going to see highlights.
Those of us that lived through the first incarnation of the USFL remember what it was like and how different it was than this USFL or this XFL, because they had names that they pulled that were big names in college. Like they went in and they got in the market.
They got Mike Rozier.
They said, let's go.
They took Heisman Trophy winners and put them in their league.
Yep. And I don't know that this is even financially possible, because they'd have to really get investors.
Yeah. Well, they don't have. It's likely not, because they don't have the same amount of games. So there's the potential. They could obviously change the schedule, lengthen the schedule. I'm interested in what Kang. This proposal is interesting. But at the same time, it'll sink the other leagues.
What do you mean?
Because it's not going to. First of all, it's not sustainable.
Oh well.
And trying to give, if you're going to give Saquon Barkley $16 million to play in the XFL,
you need big time investors to get involed. You need The Rock to go out and sell the league.
It'd have to change dramatically, and then you'd have to get. It can't just be a running back. Now you got to go. Now you have to compete. And is that what you wanted to do, or did you want to be the opportunity league for players that were barely on practice squads for the NFL? This is effectively their minor leagues. Is that what your business model was? Because if you go for the big dogs, you're changing your business model altogether, and that didn't work out the first time around.
So clearly, this is we do the old if you win the Powerball, if The Rock wins the Powerball, we are the winner. If The Rock wins Mega Millions, not quite as much money, but enough to get these deals done, and it creates competition and it puts those leagues on the map. Now the USFL. Probably, it had a better chance of surviving if they didn't try to go head-to-head with the NFL and move to the fall. They should have stayed in the spring and just carved out their niche and played their games, and they might have been able to last a little bit longer. Well, they would have been able to last a little bit longer. The question is, was it sustainable? But I love the thought. If this thought had been generated a month ago, and they went and said, also, let's get D-Hop, like they could have.
Yeah. Exactly. Julio Jones, those guys, maybe they have more wear on their tires, but those other running backs I mentioned are hitting their prime. That's why they want to get paid. And then this goes on to college. Hey, Bijan, you want to get your rookie – there's only a max you can make as a rookie over there in the NFL. Over here, we'll pay you more. And then you start getting the college players to come over there, the big college stars, the Heisman Trophy winners that still have the rest of their career in front of them. Listen, this is not there's no way this plan can fail, Gator. I understand there's many holes here.
It's not likely to succeed, but it's interesting, and it gets you to think. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out another way to get these guys paid if they want to get paid, and maybe also help yourself, XFL, USFL.
I think there are a few different ways you can go about this. It's an interesting idea to throw out there. I've talked about let the running back hit free agency after 2 or 3 years. Get a jump start on it. It's because their careers are shorter, and yet they're very important players in this league. The other thing we talked about briefly was go with guaranteed contracts. Enough of this removable years crap. Have guaranteed contracts and have a real cap. But they're maybe not likely to do that. The other thing is embrace the 1-year contract, but have that coupled with them reaching free agency. Because what's the hesitation of giving Saquon Barkley $16 million a year? It's attaching it to multiple years, isn't it? It's not that I got to pay him $16 million. It's that I got to do it this year, next year, and the year after.
Right.
And, then it might not be worth it. But if you do 1-year contracts and you acknowledge that we got to pay him for the 1 year and then see what happens the next year, it starts all over again. I think that might be better for the running back situation.
We were talking about our tepid interest in the Michigan Panthers. Great enthusiasm when the idea was floated out there originally. Little disappointed they went to Ford Field because I felt like these minor league sports, if you're in a big stadium, it doesn't feel great when you're in a half-empty big stadium. I was kind of hoping that they would upgrade Wayne State Stadium or go to Rynearson, which is where they practiced at Eastern Michigan. Somehow, some way, I find a venue other than a big, massive, cavernous, empty stadium. Then when it started, we're like, okay, as long as they're winning, we can get on board with this. And then the Panthers weren't winning right out of the gate. And then one of the big flaws is that it's a league made up almost entirely of players you've never heard of. And we were discussing, okay, the first incarnation of the USFL, they did have household names. And it's an interesting thought, Kang. It's filled with problems, but it's fun to think about.
Yeah, but you know what? The texts are coming in right now, and they're saying, Kang, what you're proposing is The Rock should get involved with the Saudis. This is like Live. And I kind of am saying that. Maybe not necessarily the Saudis, but the Live, when Live came about, I know you guys didn't like it, but they got big-time players over there. And guess what happened recently, right?
Yep.
They got the PGA to fold in a lot of people's eyes. And I'm not saying XFL or USFL is going to get the NFL to fold, but you can't just not think, well, we were never going to beat them. You know, you got to find a way. And this is a way, if you ask me.
But that's if you want to change your business model.
And you might have to change your business model.
Because it doesn't seem like that's what their business model was ever intended to be. It was always intended to be this fledgling league that it's there for people that are still trying to make the NFL.
You can change course at any time, especially when it's not working.
I also wonder, the players that are suspended, could they jump to the XFL and the USFL? The players that are suspended for, could Calvin Ridley, could they have went and nabbed Calvin Ridley?
If he wasn't under contract. This just depends on who owns your rights.
Right? They do have, they're beholden to the contract, and the contract is beholden to the rules set up by the NFLPA.
Over here, you can gamble. How's another idea? See, we're just spitballing, guys. Yeah. Have at it. Hey, JMO, you want to bet while in the parking lot?
Right.
Go ahead.
How about on the sideline?
Yeah.
I bet you I can catch this,
yep.
but you can't. All right.
Real life betting.
Plus 350.
Now you have my interest.
Oh, good Lord. JMO's got plus 350. He's got to score on this play. No, I kind of joking there, but kind of not. If the players are suspended, in fact, what turned the Panthers around was, didn't they sign like 3 guys that were with the Steelers?
Their offensive line?
Yeah,
that
3
certainly
guys,
helped.
something like that.
They did have talent on that team.
Yes, they did. All right, interesting proposal. Straight ahead, maybe the best part about last night's Tiger game. We'll get to that today at 10:50. Plus your open line calls, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, CGC Water. Mind you, whether it's leaky faucets, fixtures, clogged drains, or old water heaters that need replacing, CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, they've got you covered. I'm looking at a new tankless water heater from CGC. Now's the time to replace your old sump pump. Get a brand new pump installed for just $500. Convenient scheduling and guaranteed work. Call 855-339-4242. Let CGC handle your plumbing needs. Call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, 855-339-4242, or visit cgcwater.com, your local independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lions training camp underway. The rookies reporting yesterday. Veterans come in Saturday. Media gets let in, and we'll see stuff, and the reporting will start hot and heavy come Sunday. So fun time getting going. We'll talk some Tigers coming up in a minute. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to George. What's up, George?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
I think they need to shorten up the year as far as with the running backs, and I say that to say this. I know the owner's not going to go for it because, again, anytime you on the wrong side of 27, 28, basically in the NFL, if you're a running back, you done. So I say that to say, like, I think it's going to be a domino effect. I think also college is going to start to have an issue. I think players just going to say, hey, I might skip a year so, I look younger, or, I go into the draft at 22 versus 23 or 20 or 20 or 21. But I don't know, man. It's been on my mind when I've been hearing people talk about it, and I feel kind of bad for the running backs a little bit because basically if you're not a top 5 pick, you really don't get generation wealth type money. I mean, off first year contract.
I feel bad for him too, but I guess I feel bad for a lot of people that are in an industry that changes, like a blacksmith or somebody who worked on a newspaper, right? I mean, there's all these, an NBA center, all these things that used to be emphasized that just aren't anymore. And
the NBA center, that's probably more appropriate.
Yeah.
I think that's a good
a
comparison.
Blacksmith?
Yeah.
Candlestick maker?
I like what you're doing there, but I think you're right, because the NBA game changed dramatically. You used to be you had to have a big man. Now it's like, no, you need players that can shoot 3-pointers.
Yep. It's one of those deals that you basically, the game has evolved. It's a bad time to be trying to score a massive contract for a running back, and you look at who's like the last second contract big money running back was maybe Ezekiel Elliott, and that has not worked out for the Cowboys.
Right. I mean, there have been some. I think Nick Chubb just signed a deal, and Derrick Henry signed a deal. But yeah, they didn't get they got like $13 million or $12 million a year on the contract, but it's not like a $16 million a year deal that Saquon Barkley's looking at. And not all running backs deserve to get the big contract, but there are a handful of guys out there that have proven their worth on the first contract that they deserve to get paid in that second contract. And maybe it's just you don't give them a 4-year deal, you give them a 3-year deal, you give them a 2-year deal, but you pay them because they are vitally important to those teams. You can't tell me Saquon Barkley's not important to the Giants.
I cannot tell you that. I can also tell you the Giants are nowhere close to a Super Bowl team, and that is where the game has changed. Is do you need to spend money on this position?
Well, then they can let him go. But,
yes, they can.
But they chose to try to hang on to him on the cheap with the franchise tag. So that's you're right. Teams can move on. Hey, we recognize your talent, but you're gonna price us out of it. We can go ahead and draft somebody else, and that's kind of where the league is. But the problem is that there are still really good players out. I mean, Dalvin Cook's outstanding. Saquon Barkley's outstanding. Josh Jacobs is outstanding. These guys should be playing in the league this year for somebody at whatever, $15 million a season, because they're worth it.
Being outstanding at running back might be being an outstanding blacksmith. Is that it's just not what it was.
Well, over here we pay blacksmiths. That's what the XFL should be doing.
That's right. They could. If they really want to get a leg up and just start offering cast aside running backs big money. Go play in the XFL or the USFL, and then that's an interesting.
See, but those players are valuable to teams that don't have that quarterback that's going to throw for 4,300 yards plus.
Yeah, in the XFL we have crappy quarterbacks. Dude, this is what Le'Veon Bell would have gone to the XFL. I think. You remember the year he sat out?
He may have.
That may not have worked because he would have been the only player in the league. I think when you have at least a handful, and you could spread the franchise players, the superstars around your league. Like, hey, Memphis, you get a running back. Hey, Tuscaloosa, you get a running back. Flint, you get a running back. Whatever franchise has a team.
What are you, Oprah?
I don't know.
You get a running back.
The Rock could probably play Oprah. He's pretty talented.
He definitely could.
Yeah. So, but you know what I'm saying? This way, it's a little more spread out. Everyone's got a marquee player. I know you need the money, and this is kind of sounding like Liv and the Saudis taking over, but I think this is a chance where they can actually strike.
I guess, the funny thing about your proposal is it could happen now because of what has happened with the world in golf. Saudis have tried to acquire, and I think they have acquired some soccer teams, but they've tried to do more. There's commissioners in the sports in this country have to address it, and they've had to address it. I think they've said something to the effect of, well, we recognize it's out there. At this point in time, we're not looking to bring that entity in, but we'll keep an open mind. Yeah, because it's money, and you're always going to keep an open mind when it comes to money. So if the Saudi bet was the PIF, is that what they're called?
Yeah.
If that fund decides to invest in the XFL,
look out,
or the USFL, then Katie bar the door. These things could happen.
All right. So I said we get to the most important thing to come out of the Tiger game last night. It's probably Eduardo Rodriguez being good, and at minimum, we're hoping that he is reestablishing his value prior to the trade deadline. 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, 7 strikeouts, no walks, 2 earned runs. And, the fact is, I don't want them to necessarily sell. I would love to see them cut into Minnesota's league, but they aren't. Minnesota is 6 games ahead of Detroit. I'd love to see the Tigers cut into that lead, but somebody described it appropriately as every time the Tigers dig a hole, it fills right back up.
Yeah.
Because they just can't gain ground on Minnesota. But if they have to trade, we want Eduardo Rodriguez to be at the highest value. Because they're 6 games back. I'm in trade road. Remember, it was 3-6. So if maybe that's the most important thing that came out of the game is that he's on his way to reestablishing his maximum trade value.
Well, he's got 2 more starts before the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
One will be against the looks like the Giants.
Yep.
Which would be a Monday start, I believe.
Yep.
And then they've got one on the 29th against Miami. So 2 pretty good teams that he's going to be facing. Well above 500 teams. The Giants are 54-42, and the Marlins are 53-45. So it's going to be a test to see how well he can pitch against good competition. And if he does fare well in those games, I imagine he's going to be a very hot commodity.
Yep.
Because of what he did last night, his ERA is still pretty respectable here, with a 2.69 earned run average. And the 7 innings was nice to see. It wasn't just, let's rebuild. He's out after 70 pitches. Let's see if we can get him through 5. No, he went 7 innings and only gave up 4 hits and no walks. The 7 strikeouts were key too. But it was Kansas City. What can you do against the better competition? That's what you're going to be judged on. Because if you're a better team in this league and you want Eduardo Rodriguez, it's because you want him for the rotation in the postseason where you're facing good teams.
Well, you pointed out yesterday that he's played plenty of teams outside this division and pitched well again.
Whole of the receiving corps, as a matter of fact. It's just a little crazy. And I think one of the problems with it, I think the great running back is rarer than the great quarterback. We've always had guys who have 2 or 3 good seasons and fade away. But if you look back at truly great running backs, they are like hen's teeth. And I think guys like Ezekiel Elliott, those types of guys ruined it for these running backs, those guys who are just flash in a pan type runners. But you can't tell me that a guy like Henry doesn't deserve the money.
Well, I mean, the question is, they're putting up gaudy stats. How close is Tennessee to winning a Super Bowl? How close?
Well, they really looked like they had it a couple of years ago. Their problem isn't a running back. Their problems are quarterbacks sucks.
I know, but the issue is you can have a great running back and still go 7-10. You can have a great running back, and the Giants, they did win a playoff game last year, but I don't think of them as particularly close to a Super Bowl contender. And so everything Reggie said is true. Just about everything he said is true. But the greatest running backs on these teams that want this money, I mean, I would say that I'm not sure that they're contributing enough to making their team Super Bowl contenders.
Look at Josh Jacobs, for instance, all right? He's played 4 years in the league. He's had 4,700 yards rushing to go with 40 rushing touchdowns. Add to that Another 1,100 yards receiving, okay? In all the touches he's had. Last season, he had 340 carries and he had 53 receptions. So nearly 400 touches for that position. He produced like a madman last year, played all 17 games. He's only 25 years old, and there's no love for it. They're like, oh, well,
what is the Raiders' record last year?
I don't know what the Raiders' record was last
6-11.
year. Okay? But you've got a great player. You pay your great players.
What if those great players aren't leading to wins?
Well, that's I guess they paid Derek Carr and it wasn't leading to wins.
Yeah, no, but if they get a great quarterback, it'll lead to wins. I mean, Derrick Henry's team went 7-10. Josh Jacobs' team went 6-11. Saquon Barkley's team went 9-7-1.
Yes, but what have they done in the past before that? Derrick Henry's team was a pretty good team.
Yes, they were.
They didn't get to the AFC Championship game or divisional anyway.
That's I think the closest they got was. I'll go back and look what year it was.
Yeah, well, they were a one. The only reason they got that far was because of Derrick Henry, and nobody's going to dispute that.
Yes, but again, you're talking about sustainability, and with the running back position, it's just not there.
The thing, though, is Doug you're a big proponent in this. You're not blaming. You can't blame the best player for the reason why they weren't good.
No, I'm not blaming the best player. I'm saying that position doesn't translate to wins. All these gaudy stats, it's not translating to wins like simply the passing game, having strengths in the passing game would.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they need better passing game. Maybe they need better defense.
Hold on. I'm sounding anti-running back. I am understanding. I know, but I'm understanding why what's happened to the running backs has happened. It's if you're a big and you can't shoot a three, guess what? You're not playing in the NBA very much. I mean, there's some guys, but there used to be two bigs on every team, a center and a power forward, right? Now there's maybe one, and they almost all need to shoot.
Yeah. The thing is with the NBA, of course.
Ask Hunter Dickinson how he feels about the way things have changed in the NBA.
Zach Edey, Luka Garza, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the thing about the NBA is those guys, obviously it's a different sport. They have to learn how to shoot the three now or shoot outside, the big guys. In the NFL, okay, so the running back's got to adapt. So he's got to learn how to receive the ball. Doesn't matter. Le'Veon Bell did that. Jahmyr Gibbs is probably going to do that. And they both still will not get paid their second contract because the NFL just moves on from the position.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Because let's put it this way. Last year, if you threw on the Lions Saquon Barkley and took away Williams and Swift, okay, and Saquon Barkley was the one to get all those stats, or it was Josh Jacobs, do you think the Lions would have been better than 9-8 if they had one of Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley?
Yes.
Yes. They make a difference. They make a big difference.
But it's taking away Goff. If you sink the money, but if you sink the money into the quarterback position in the passing game, that's where the winning is.
But you still, I mean, they haven't sunk it into Goff yet. I mean, they've got Goff's on a reasonable contract.
You ran an NFL team and I ran an NFL team. We would run them differently. You would be willing to sink money into the run game. I would not.
I'm not saying I'd certainly consider it. I would absolutely consider it. I would absolutely consider it. But even by your admission, if they had one of these other two running backs that are sitting out right now,
they would be better.
They would have been a playoff team.
They would be better. But again, I go back to their success hasn't led to wins like success in the passing game leads to wins.
It did with Derrick Henry.
In that 1 year, they made it within one game of the Super Bowl.
Well, they made the playoffs how many years in a row with Derrick Henry?
And I don't know how many in a row, but they've lost a bunch in the first round.
Yeah, but they made it because of him.
Look,
solely.
I'm if you watch the game and the trends of the game, well, I'm just paying attention to what's happening.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm paying attention to what's happening, and I don't like it. I guess that's the difference. I don't like where it's at. The game is devaluing the running back position, and I think overvaluing others. And it's not fair to see a team use these guys and abuse them. 4 years later, they're like, "Yep, we're done with it. Why? Because we can get somebody else that's younger and maybe be as good."
It does suck to be a running back.
I don't like it. I don't like accepting just that. It's just that the game has changed. I think there's more to it.
97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Open Championship happening right now. Scoreboard at the top. A couple of players in the clubhouse at 5 under par. That would be Tommy Fleetwood and an amateur 6'8" kid out of Georgia Tech, Christo Lamprick, is the other person at the top of that leaderboard. Stewie Sink is a couple of shots back. Also, Jordan Spieth is 2 under. Ricky Fowler made an 8 on his 18th hole, put 2 balls out of bounds. He dropped back to +2 overall. Rory McIlroy is 1 under par. Also, the Tigers, they get a 4th straight against the Royals. Feels like they played 100 games this week against them, but Detroit will already lock up that winning record with yesterday's victory. They can put an exclamation point on it during today's matinee in KC. We'll have that right here on 97.1. Riley Green coming off a 3-hit night and talked about the team's success since the beginning of the second half. Michael Lorenzen will make the start. He hasn't given up an earned run in the month of July. Game time set for 2:10 p.m. with Dan Dickerson's call right here on The Ticket. And football fans seem to like how the Lions are stacked up in the NFC North. BetMGM says more money has been placed on Detroit to win their division than any other team in the NFL. It would be their first time doing so in 30 years. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Good outing for Eduardo Rodriguez last night. But the Twins won, so the Tigers still 6 games back. Every time the Tigers kick it into gear a little bit, so do the Twins. And, well, every day they don't gain ground. It makes you wonder if selling becomes more inevitable. But if they win today, 5-2 out of the break, and that would seem like a hot start. But it's still, if the Twins win today and the Tigers win today, guess what? Tigers have lost ground since the All-Star break. Even if they win today and are 5-2. So we'll just.
Twins are playing well.
Yep.
Well, they started. They had their cupcake with Oakland, and they won all the games against Oakland.
Yep. Which is something Detroit didn't do 2 weeks ago.
Correct. That's the difference.
Stupid Oakland. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Mike here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, I got a couple quick thoughts. First off, in the sports, the long contracts, I've been saying for a long time that they need to limit any sports, I don't care what it is, to 3 to 4 years, because the long-term contracts have burned just about every team sooner or later, and all of our sports teams, we can name numerous ones, as in the Tigers right now with Cabrera and the shortstop. And then as far as the quarterbacks, as far as the running backs go, if the players' union, just like they had to renegotiate when the rookies were getting $50 million just because they were number 1 pick, they ought to start looking at limiting one individual player's amount of the salary cap to one player, which limits the money to all the rest of the players. If I was a player, I'd be starting negotiating that in the next contract.
So that quarterbacks don't take up like 22% of the payroll or something like that.
It's going to be interesting.
No, I'm saying that's what you want. You want to limit how. So, like, for instance, how much, whatever percentage Patrick Mahomes takes up of Kansas City's payroll, or whatever quarterback it is, you'd like to lessen that percentage.
Look at the Giants. What are they paying their quarterback? $45 million. How come they can't pay Barkley more? Well, because you're paying the quarterback $45 million, which is 15-20% of the cap.
It's 12.8% of the cap. So it's not.
But that's one player. You got 55 more. You got to pay.
Well, it's all their quarterbacks take up 12.8%. I mean, if you look at across the board, the highest cap percentage eaten up by the quarterback position is the Chiefs with 19.27. The second highest is the Tennessee Titans with 16.36. But the Giants are 12.81. Ravens 11.96. Raiders, who got the Josh Jacobs contract, 11.51. I mean, look, it'll be intriguing to see what the Players Association wants to emphasize. We talked about whether or not the Players Association would go to bat for the running backs, and you would think that they would, but every other position group has a bigger pool of money because teams aren't spending on running backs anymore. So are those position groups and the rest of the union compelled to go to bat for the running backs? Like, sure, the running backs are complaining. I haven't seen anybody in any other position group saying this is unfair because it for them, it's leading to more money to pay them.
Well, what they could do is with the next contract, when you look at how much the salary cap goes up, is that you increase that percentage of the money that goes up, that you throw it to the running backs. The other positions can stay the same, but the running backs need to get paid more.
Why are you you're saying by rule, or the teams will choose to give it to the running back?
Well, I think you can't. They're not going to choose to do it. I think you have to, if you want to find the equity there, you need to. Sometimes you have to force things to happen.
I guess if you want to find the equity, I feel like this is a natural progression of the game that probably we're talking about addressing something that I'm not sure needs to be addressed.
If I'm the players' union, I got an idea. Another one besides just signing with the XFL guys.
All right.
Spitballing, right? Yep. Here's my idea. What did Brad Holmes say when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs? And everyone gave him...
He's a weapon.
Yep, he's a weapon. All right? We don't look at him as a running back. We look at him as a weapon. If I'm the running backs, I go to the players' union, I say, listen, franchise tag, receivers and running backs are a weapon. We're all in one. We start, because the receivers get paid much higher than running backs do. Now you raise your ceiling when you get grouped in with those guys. So if I'm Saquon and I'm Josh Jacobs, I say, hey, you know what? I'm not a running back. I'm a weapon. And you guys, if you want to franchise tag me, you franchise tag me with the money the receivers are making as well.
It'd be interesting to see because there's more receivers in this league. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Are those receivers going to be okay with that? Because all the running backs are going to bring the franchise number down. Look, I just keep thinking, do I want the Lions to go out and give an Ezekiel Elliott contract to someone? No, I don't. I wouldn't want my team to do that. In this NFL, I wouldn't want my team to do that. And that's why I think this is an unfortunate for running backs natural progression of where the game is.
4 of the top 5 players in the NFL from last year in yards per scrimmage,
yep,
were running backs.
Who were they?
Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, and Nick Chubb was 5th. Justin Jefferson is the only receiver in the top 5, and he was 4th.
That's why if I'm a running back...
Justin Jefferson's team went 13-4. Now, McCaffrey's team also did very well. But the rest of them, I think they were all under 500.
Well, like I said, if I'm a running back, I'm asking to get paid weapon money. Whatever that is.
I mean, that might be some sort of middle ground that they come to, but we'll see.
And I'm not saying I would pay a running back either, Doug. I agree with you. I don't set the market at running back, but I'm just looking at it from a running back's point of view.
Yeah, it's 7 of the top 10 are running backs, 8 of the top 12. I mean, it's really, I guess what I'm trying to demonstrate is that the running backs are so important to a team when it comes to, because they're more than just carrying the ball. They are part of the passing game, and they also make your passing game better because there's a threat of them running it.
Let's go to Tony next here on 97.1. Hi, Tony.
Hi, guys. I think Kang kind of stole my thunder a little bit because my position is the NFL really doesn't have a franchise tag. They have a wide receiver tag. They have a running back tag. They have a position tag. If they truly want to make it a franchise tag, then there should be maybe one price, which is for any position. In other words, the only reason why the owners are doing what they're doing, or general managers, I guess, is because they can get away with it. They're trying to save money. And they're looking at the market value. So they're looking not at the market value, they're looking at the replacement cost. So basically what they should do is they should not have a position franchise tag. They should have one franchise tag. And that should be whatever that number is. In other words, you could look at the averages, you could look at, there's a number of ways you could calculate that, just like there's a number of ways you could calculate the wide receiver tag or the tight end tag.
So
look what
I don't know if they're actually trying to save money, because most teams spend up to the cap. They just are saying we want to spend it on a different position.
Well, because they're saying that we don't want this guy to walk. We want to keep him in the fold, and we're going to pay him. So, hey, don't worry about it. That weren't we saying that about Decker a couple years ago? We were saying, his contract's coming up. Don't worry about it, because if need be, we'll franchise tag him.
Well, a franchise tag is a 1 year. It's a 1 year solution, and it can get very expensive above and beyond that.
The problem is with the franchise tag. If you get rid of the franchise tag, that's even better. But whoever negotiated a franchise tag didn't do a good job in looking at the ramifications, and this is one of the ramifications. So I think they should rethink the franchise tag.
I mean, it's collectively bargained, so if the players and the owners can agree to it, then yeah, they probably will.
Well, do you think this is going to lead to something because these are two high-profile running backs are sitting out?
I really don't know.
I think it's going to lead to something.
I would have no problem if it did, but what we're seeing is whether or not the Players Association will take up for one position group when every other position group probably benefits.
Well, and it's not even necessarily a position group. It's the elite players in that group. That's who you're sticking up for. No one's going to say that David Montgomery deserves $16 million a year.
No.
Right?
No.
He's not elite. But Josh Jacobs is.
All right.
Saquon Barkley is.
We'll continue with your phone calls. I will tell you that one of the things about the British Open, I swear watching the British Open, you see something you've never seen before in golf. And I just saw something I've never seen before. Maybe you have, but we'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, if you're getting ready to have fun this weekend and you're looking for something new to try out, may I suggest something I've been talking about for a long time, and that is Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. I've been drinking it for a long time now, for close to, I would guess, 6 months. I got to tell you, it is awesome. The flavor is fantastic. What you get with Flying Ace Bourbon is a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan. Yep, part of that Coppercraft family. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit, but it's also very versatile. You can do shots of it. You can drink it on the rocks. You can just add a little bit of water and change the flavor profile. You want to have it with your favorite mixer like ginger ale or cola? Have at it. No one's going to look at you side-eye and say, what's going on over there? What it is, it's delicious bourbon. And for only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget at all. Follow Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram at Flying Ace Spirits to stay up to date on their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
These are the most common mistakes made in geography. I make the same mistakes all the time, and one of them made the list of the most common mistakes made in geography.
In geography?
In geography. We'll get to that a little bit later on. I found this list really interesting. I mentioned before the break that there was something that I'd never seen before. You watch more golf than I do. Stoney and Powers heard the tease and came in and said, what was it? And I just happened to have Peacock up on my computer so I could rewind and go back and look.
That's not unlike the Odyssey rewind.
Very similar, yes. Nice, Gator. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY, and then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States.
And go back to listen to stuff that happened in the last 24 hours.
Yep. It's a great way to take in the station. And when you're out of the listening area, and you want to know what's going on in sports, you'll be glad you have it. Anyway, so I'm watching the Open, and Tony Finau's up against one of those pot bunkers.
Yeah, it's like an 8-foot high bunker.
Yeah,
all the ridges on the side of it.
Yep, and he putted in the bunker
because he was right up against the wall, basically. Like there was no way he could advance the ball.
Yep,
and he had very little room between the ball and the wall of the bunker, so it looked like there's no way he could have even gotten an iron of some kind to get there and just try to chip it back. He literally had enough space behind the ball to put a putter.
Mm-hmm. And so he putted in the bunker.
He putted out. So he putted into the bunker still, but he at least gave himself a chance to then get out of the bunker.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to David. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, Doug and Gator.
Hi, David.
How you guys doing?
Good, all right. Thank you.
Good. I'm with Saquon Barkley on this one. You know what? These NFL owners have been, devaluing these running backs. This is what Saquon should do. He should ask for, if they want to franchise tag him, they offer him 10. I'm going to say $15 million per season for this 1 year to franchise tag him.
Well, they've said, I guess he wanted 16, and the team had said that they had offered him 14.
Okay, 16. That's what I want. You don't give it to me. Okay, I'm going to sign your franchise tag for one season for the 5th-year option for $14 million for one season. Guess what? I blow up after this season. I'm leaving your team. And I'm going out here in the free agent market to see if I can get more.
And they'll probably say go.
Well, I guess that's the point of the franchise tag, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. They'll probably say go. But your fans are going to be loving me, but I'm leaving. Because I can remember years ago, Eric Dickerson, he was disappointed with his contract, and he wanted more money, and he was 80% of the offense. If I was his agent, I would have told him, look here, play here till your 5th-year option, and then you leave. Simple as that.
Well,
stop allowing these teams to play cornerback. They pay cornerbacks more money than a running back, and a running back is getting hit more than a cornerback.
Do you want your team, David, do you want your favorite team to set the market for running back, even if it's the best in the league?
You should say it again?
Do you want to set the market for running back? Do you want to say, we're going to pay you, you're the best running back in the league, we're going to pay you Ezekiel Elliott money, which means you can't pay as much for quarterbacks, wide receivers, corners, and edge rushers? Would you do that?
Sure.
Okay, see, that's what the league is basically saying, is we value these other things more in this day and age of football.
That's definitely what they're saying.
Yep. Let's go to Mike. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
I agree. The NFL is saying there's not as much value into a running back as there used to be. But the bottom line is the game has not changed, right? Why we love Michigan coming up, because they have 2 running backs. Well, the NFL, they don't value the running back, but yet the game has not changed, and they still need to grind out 10 yards, 15 yards, or 20 yards at any point during the game. They still need that running back, but it hasn't hit the Giants yet, or the team that has that. They're going to say, well, we can make do with something less. Until they're in that situation, they're going to go, oh, we kind of screwed up. We need the good running back. So Barkley's like, okay, give me 16 a year, but does he want 4 years? Does he want 3? Does he want 2? Tell him, give him 12, 14 million for 2 years. But see, they want that length on the contract too. So they can't have it both ways.
Gator, do you agree that the game has not changed?
It hasn't changed much in the last 20 years because it's been a passing league for the last 20 years. I just went back to look at the stats from the 2004 regular season.
Yeah.
There are more yards. There's slightly more yards from the teams that did this past year. But if I just looked at rushing yards per game, the 10th team in the league was averaging like 120 yards a game. And if you look at today's NFL, they actually run the ball more.
I'm talking about the correlation between winning and rushing stats. These are where the top rusher for the last 6 Super Bowl winners have ranked in the NFL. 25th, 18th, 12th, 34th, 15th, 17th. These are the leading rushers. And I'm still workshopping this idea, but these are the leading rushers for the past 6 Super Bowls. It's something that gets emphasized and used, and when you have it, you love it. But is it leading to winning?
Well, obviously, you're narrowing it down to only the team that wins the Super Bowl, not the team that competes for the Super Bowl or playoff teams. And
we can do that too. But what we have done is we've looked at the data for offense and yards and all that, and all these passing teams are the ones that are going to the postseason more so than great defensive teams. But you're right. I am limiting it to Super Bowl winners, but that's what I'm talking, and that's what the game is reacting to. You don't win with the running back. You win with the quarterback in the passing game. Let's go to, and again, all the people that want to take up for running backs, I ask you, do you want the Lions to sign an Ezekiel Elliott type contract? Because it chews up cap space. If there was no cap, that's one thing, but there is a cap, and it takes away money that you could be spending on other positions.
So 14 teams made the playoffs last year.
Yep.
And if you look at what they did in the playoffs, rushing yards per game, the teams that made the Super Bowl were 1-6. Number 1 was Philadelphia. Number 6 was San Francisco.
You get a lead, and that's when you really are happy you have a running back because you can run clock and run the ball.
Or you ran the ball throughout the game to get to where you were, which was probably Philadelphia.
Who was one?
Philadelphia.
And was their leading rusher a running back or a quarterback?
It's a great question, but I would imagine it's either Miles Sanders or
and Miles Sanders is very good. They got more out of their quarterback probably than any other team, though, on the ground.
Yeah, but still part of the running attack.
But not a running back.
Fair enough.
Let's go to Gerard here on 97.1 to Ticket. Hi, Gerard.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Hey, Gator, I'm hoping you can help me with this because I agree with you 100%. Help me with the names. Let's come up with some famous running backs and receivers on the same team. As a fan of all things football, I still would much rather see the greatest Barry Sanders run than the greatest Calvin Johnson catch. And also, how about Marshawn Lynch? Wouldn't you rather see the greatest Marshawn beast mode run as compared to his best receiver teammate of his?
I guess to Doug's point,
line, right?
Yeah, but what I would rather see, is a highlight. The running back highlights are always going to be better because they're breaking tackles and they're doing more things than just running down the field and catching it typically. But to Doug's point, I want what wins. And I do think that you have to run the football to win. And I think what's being lost in it is the way the game has changed. They're still running the ball to win, but they're using multiple backs to do it. So you don't see that bell cow back doing it. When you have the elite running backs like Saquon Barkley, like Josh Jacobs, and they're in this contract year and they represent 30% of their team's offense, I think you should pay those guys. They're different than David Montgomery is. They're different than Jamal Williams is. They're different than running backs that help the team with 800, 900 yards rushing and a handful of touchdowns or even a 10 touchdowns. These guys are the elite, and you have to pay the elite. But there's such a disparity of what the elite running back gets versus what the elite wide receiver gets, and yet they're contributing more to an offense.
I agree 100%, but, it used to be the elite position was your Walter Paytons, your Jim Browns, your Gail Sayers.
Because they didn't throw the football.
You know,
Because
and,
you didn't see a 4,000-yard passer until Dan Fouts threw for 4,082 yards in 1979. You didn't see guys throwing for 4,000 yards, and then it became
and what is
commonplace.
diminished? I absolutely. And what has diminished the running back position is it
injuries,
the safety of the quarterback. Yeah, the injuries.
I mean,
we've
there's a lot of factors. Yeah,
the emphasis on the pass. I mean, the last two Super Bowl,
they protect quarterbacks. They don't protect running backs.
I just quickly looked at the last two Super Bowl winners. They ranked 20th and 25th in rushing. I can keep going. I see how far I can go with this, but
well, in 2021, the postseason, Kansas City led the postseason in rushing.
You get a lead, you run out the clock.
You think it's that easy?
I do. I really do. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. I'm not sure how well that would go over with management, Gator.
Probably not very well at all.
There's a thread on Twitter from AT Right Movies. All the right movies. at AT Movies. It's a 30 tweet thread about one of our favorite movies that was released 35 years ago today. The movie is Midnight Run. And Gator suggested on a day that we are both out, we would like to just play that movie on the air. Just play the audio of the movie Midnight Run.
Or Draft Day. No, it was like I was obviously joking about it, but remember when you were back in school and it was like late in the semester and you had a substitute teacher and that sub was not going to, give you a teaching lesson really. They were there to babysit and, they might pop in a videotape and, hey, we're going to watch this. And it was awesome.
Yep.
I remember distinctly several different movies that I remember The Natural was one of them that we got to watch as kids.
I went through an era, Gator, where I would just kind of facetiously say to people, yet hey.
Yet hey, everyone.
Yet hey. Because of the movie Midnight Run. And occasionally I would say Alonzo Mosley, FBI.
Yeah.
Which is.
We had the caller yesterday. His name was Red and wanted to ask him about his name, Red, because of the movie. But alas, if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's a great cop
movie.
buddy movie, right?
I think it still holds up.
I think it probably does. There's some things that would be a little bit different. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Do you want to just bang through these? And then,
yes.
All right. I'll do this quickly. Barry, our 97 a ticket. Hi, Barry.
Hey, great show, guys. You know what when the situation happened with Le'Veon Bell, I always thought it was kind of unfair that teams could use the franchise tag 2 years in a row on the same player. I guess that would be one rule change if I were the players that I would want to fight for. Then maybe running backs then would only, if I was a running back, I'd sign a 3-year deal, knowing the team could only franchise me for 1 year. And maybe a team would have to make a decision and say, okay, he's really good his third year. We can only franchise him for 1 year, not for 2. Maybe some of these running backs would get a second deal for 3 years. I just feel like running backs, like you guys have talked about, have like 6 years. And teams know if they sign him to a 4-year deal or they can franchise him 2 years in a row, and then they're done. Like, nobody wants to sign a running back after 6 years, I feel like. I don't know how much that would do a change, but I've always felt it unfair. If you can't decide on a player after 1 year having him on a franchise tag, then that's it. You don't get a second shot at the apple. Either you give me a new contract or I'm out of here. You want to franchise me once? Fine, I'll play. But we better work out a contract this year or I'm out of here.
Barry, thank you for the phone call. Tommy, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, how we doing, gentlemen? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think the necessity of these running backs and them getting paid, I mean, I didn't know the logistics of it, but, I mean, the numbers would probably say there's more running quarterbacks in the league now than there's been for the last 10 years. I mean, I've been watching football for over 40 years now. I'm like 50, 55, however old I am. I don't know. But anyway, to make a point, I think it's become more of a quarterback running league. And just one more quick comment. I think, honestly, then, if we're going to become a passing league, that maybe we should pay our offensive linemen a few more dollars because they got to hold the blocks. You guys agree with that?
Well, I think they're getting paid better than running backs, so
yep.
I don't know if I would say that.
But they're getting paid to protect the quarterback more than the road grader is. John, you're next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey guys, how are you today?
Okay.
Great topic. I think the league is just kind of caught up to what the analytics will tell you. I mean, outside of, you can go back 40 years, outside of Emmitt Smith and Terrell Davis, these cowbell running backs, they don't win. Look at the top 10 rush running backs of all time, just off the top of your head, like Barry Sanders, Curtis Martin, Frank Gore, Adrian Peterson. These guys didn't win. Walter Payton got one at the end of his career. You need good quarterback play, and you need a good edge rushing and defense. From the beginning of time, that's what wins.
I don't know if it's from the beginning of time. I think it's what's happened lately in like the last couple of decades. That's what the game has evolved towards.
I think there's a lot of different ways to win a championship. Right now, it seems like the easiest, most sustainable way is to get a top-tier quarterback, right? The problem is, who's won the most Super Bowls the last 10 years or so? It's been Brady and Mahomes, two of the best, maybe the best quarterbacks in the league. So how do you do that? Everyone's thinking you got to get the next best quarterback. But I think if you can build a winner with a strong running game, then you can win a championship. Then why not do it that way? If you can win it building a strong defense, right? Then do it that way. But I think right now we're in the quarterback era.
It's gonna swing back. It might not be in the next couple of years, but you watch, it'll swing back the other direction. Who we got next here? Jay, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
I got two reasons. Like, I feel like the NFL isn't colluding, or they're not the ones that devalue the running back. The way the game is played is, last year it was 3 guys in the league that had more than 300 attempts. In 2003, it was 13. They're spreading the carries out, so they're taking the load off of running backs for the most part because they realize, okay, we got this main guy, but if he gets hurt, then it's too much of a drop-off. If you look at the Lions last year, had more rushing yards and rushing touchdowns than the Tennessee Titans. So why would we overinvest in a running back when the league just showed, you know what, let's split these carries up. We got wide receivers getting carries, we got quarterbacks getting carries, and we got the second running back getting more carries. So we're taking the load off of running backs. It's not like I said, in 2003, the numbers are there.
Yeah,
13,
well, I mean,
14 guys.
you're right, and they don't have the bell cow running back like we used to, but you still have a few. And all I'm saying is that I think that those few that are truly elite need to be paid like they're elite, and I don't think because they are a massive percentage of their offense.
Let's go to Jason. You're next. Hi, Jason.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I saw a stat that, would you rather pay a kicker more or a running back more? We all tease the kicker, they're barely on the field, but their average salary is almost $1 million more than the average running back salary. So it's, I agree with Gator. You do want to see the elite ones get paid because even if they don't touch the ball the entire game, the defenses have to scheme and respect the fact that they could break one at any moment.
Thank you, Jason. Steve, you're next.
Is that true? The average kicker, the average salary of a kicker? It is. Wow. $2.26 million is greater than that of a running back at 1.1.
Keep in mind, though, each team has one kicker, and they have 3 running backs. And so the second and third running back might bring that price down. In fact, they probably got 4 or 5 under contract.
Well, that's true.
And there's only going to be one kicker. Steve is next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
I just wanted to say, I think it goes beyond just them saying the position is devalued. I think a lot of it has to do with what happened with Le'Veon Bell. I'm a diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I was very intimate with that, whole situation, hoping he would come back. At the final hour, they did offer him, substantially a lot of money. And I think a lot of teams look at that and say, well, he was with a winning culture. He was with a great coach. They were in a great situation. He could have won the Super Bowl, but his diva attitude or whatever happened, you don't ever know exactly what happened behind the scenes. But I think that rubbed a lot of GMs wrong. I think a lot of GMs sat back and said, you know what? We can get by without a running back, but all those schemes are dependent on a man being assigned to that running back. You won't have a good running quarterback if you don't have a good running game.
Thank you for the phone call. This
Le'Veon Bell's last year with the Steelers,
he
had over 400 touches between rushing the ball and catching the football. It was an insane season for him that year. He had almost 2,000 yards from scrimmage, which he had done prior a couple years before that. He had 2,200 yards from scrimmage. The 406 touches that he had were the most he had in his career. And then he has the contract dispute and then goes to death's door playing with the Jets.
All right, straight ahead. Gator, wait till you see what Michigan football just tweeted out.
Do I want to see it?
Yeah, you do. You do.
Oh, is it the starting time?
No, it's not the Michigan State starting
Do you know
time.
when that's going to be?
I don't. We'll get to that at 11:48. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so somebody sent us this link. It's the last tweet from Michigan football. Oh, it's 2 tweets ago now. Or is this one pinned? Whatever. It's a picture of one of the Michigan football equipment trunks. And in front of it, Gator, is a pile of bike helmets.
Oh, because of the scooters?
Michigan football tweets out, ensuring safety off the field. We're proud to outfit the entire team with helmets to wear on scooters around campus. Thank you, Meyer, for helping to protect our team. And they've got a little Michigan football sticker on the side, and then the helmet stickers, they've got one of those in the back that they hand out. So somebody thought I would appreciate that and tweeted us. Derek, did Doug donate those helmets? I did not, but...
It's a solid idea. Well, they just had somebody die.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I was actually a student that my son knew. But the whole scooter around campus thing, and this is a nationwide challenge, is what to do, because it's looking pretty like it might be pretty dangerous.
Well, we've been talking about it for a couple of years because when we've seen them downtown.
We'd be doing the show from
Comerica Park outside of, the Comerica entrance there, and you'd see people on these scooters just cranking through people. That's just people traffic, let alone that they're going on the roads and weaving in and out of where the cars are. I'd see it on Sundays on my walks from the parking structure to Ford Field.
Yep.
And it's an accident waiting to happen.
Yep.
And, we know we have to fix the damn roads. Not all the roads are great. And if you're on a scooter and you hit one of the damn potholes, you're going to be in trouble.
Now the question is, will the kids wear them? I have no problem putting on a helmet when I'm out on my bike, but.
You're right. And, you're on a college campus, people using scooters late at night. I'm guessing maybe some good decisions haven't been made leading up to that point.
I would say that is probably typical decisions. And then is getting on a scooter a good decision?
Yeah.
All right, Gator, I found this list of the top 10 most frequent geography mistakes. I make 2. I've talked about them on the air. I do not know, and I could look it up, but I kind of like living in ignorant bliss, which one's New Hampshire and which one's Vermont.
Right.
They're shaped the same. One's just upside down or right side up.
I'm with you on that. You get to the Northeast, and look, you could throw Connecticut in there. And I'm going to get confused, although I think I sort of know it, but not really.
I know the New Hampshire Vermont thing. They're right next to each other. One of them is wide at the bottom and thin at the top, and the other one's wide at the top and thin at the bottom. Together, they basically form a square with a diagonal line through the middle of them, and I don't know which is which. And I've said this on the air a ton. I could look it up very easily.
Sure,
but it's whatever. The other is. Do I really know what the difference between Holland, the Dutch, and the Netherlands are? Like, are the Dutch people from Holland? Who are the Netherlands? Where do they come in? Don't they all wear orange soccer jerseys in the World Cup? Aren't they?
You're bringing up a great question.
I don't know. These are my 2 geography challenges. Do you have any? That you really?
Yeah, the Northeast is always part of it with me, and as I'm looking at it, I would have been wrong guessing which one's Vermont, which one was New Hampshire.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
If I'm driving from New York to Maine and I want to drive through them to get there, is Vermont first?
Vermont is first.
So Vermont is more west.
That's correct.
Oh, now I know.
So they're basically split in half, but it's the way you were describing it almost made it seem like it was North and South Dakota, but that's not it.
No,
it's split in half.
It's split in half. One's wide at the bottom and thin at the top, and the other's thin at the bottom.
Like here's Illinois and here's Indiana or whatever, or Indiana, Ohio.
It might be somebody in the Northeast might struggle with Indiana and Illinois.
Could be.
Yep.
I doubt it. The bigger
similar
states.
shapes.
The other thing I've always struggled with countries of Africa.
Okay. Well, here are the top 10 most common geography mistakes. I will start at number 10. That the Statue of Liberty is in New York. Statue of Liberty is, in fact, in New York. Now Liberty Island is on New Jersey's half of the water. Statue of Liberty is, in fact, in New York. Now Liberty Island is on New Jersey's half of the water, but New Jersey and New York agreed long ago that all the original land was New York's. Any land that came out of the water and on to the island was New Jersey. Therefore, since Lady Liberty was there in the first place, she is in New York. I'm more confused.
Well, I think it's one of those grandfathered in things.
Okay. Number 9, Moscow is in Asia.
Yeah, west of the Ural Mountains.
Number 8, Colorado is a perfect square. Oh, here we go. Number 7, Holland is a country. Holland is just a small coastal area of the Netherlands, which doesn't refer to the entire country. I believe people think that it's the same thing since in other languages, a form similar to Holland is used.
I've got one more.
Okay.
That's always, because I've always thought it was both.
All right.
Australia.
What about it?
It's a continent, but it's also a country.
Yes.
See, sometimes when I say that, people say, well, no, it's a country. Well, no, it's a continent.
It is
but
a
it's
continent.
also a country,
Yeah.
which is kind of confusing.
America is a country is number 6. The Americas or America comprises of many different countries, including the United States of America, which is a country in North America, one of the region Americas. Because there's North America and South America.
Right. I mean, North America is a continent.
We are the United States of America. Yeah. Deserts always have high temperatures, which I guess isn't true. England and the United Kingdom are the same thing.
No. England is the country. The United Kingdom is the
England,
countries.
Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
I believe you're right.
I think so. Common geography mistakes. Toronto is the capital of Canada.
No.
No.
Ottawa?
It is Ottawa, yep. The second common mistake. Greenland is as big as Africa.
No.
Because old maps are
Right.
skewed
Yeah.
towards the northern hemisphere.
It's big.
And the number one most common geography mistake, Africa is a country.
Really?
People apparently think Africa is a country. So,
it's a continent.
But do you have does that answer any questions? That the Netherlands so apparently Holland is just an area of the Netherlands, according to this.
Yes, that's exactly what it's saying. It's a region of the Netherlands.
I did not know that.
I did not know that either.
No.
And now we know.
Now we know.
And what is that, Doug?
That's half the battle.
There you go. Thanks, Joe.
Half the battle. 248-539-9797. Gator, we often do, are you going to eat that? I do have a question. Are you going to watch that? We will get to that next hour. In the meantime, Kang, have you guys set the date for your fantasy football draft yet?
No, we have not. Actually, I think we're going to talk about it this weekend.
So we're getting to that point. Do you know if anybody's had a draft yet?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Too early. People just
I've heard people doing mock drafts, but not their actual draft.
Mock draft?
A mock fantasy draft? Like that the teams participate in? People in the league?
Man. How do you think people get ready for drafts?
Well, I don't think that the whole league gets together and goes through an exercise and calls it a mock draft. Do you do that?
No, you go online and you just enter. It's like random people you don't know, and you just draft a position. You get like the 10th pick, and then you go through it. And
I see.
Just to see what where
you can
this
go
is
through
how projections happen. Things
you can
like
go through
that.
the exercise.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And we do have some breaking news from Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. According to sources, Piston guard Cade Cunningham, fully recovered from his season-ending shin injury in December, will practice and scrimmage for the USA Select Team against the senior Team USA roster bound for the FIBA World Championships. Cunningham was offered a spot on the World Cup roster but deferred to focus on preparing for the NBA season. USA basketball camp is set for August in Vegas. So Cade will be on the team that plays against our FIBA World Cup team. But probably the best news there is he is cleared to obviously participate. So I actually have no problem with him sitting out the World Cup to get ready for the season.
I agree.
And I think this is nothing but good news in his recovery.
Well, hopefully he stays healthy.
Yep.
Counting on him.
Yep. Gator, we got a winner to the Powerball. Did you bring your tickets in?
I left them at home.
Yeah.
I didn't win. So
Did you
I
watch
haven't
it?
checked them. I just know I didn't win.
Did you watch it live?
No, I didn't watch it live.
Do you watch it live, Kang, or do you just wake up in the morning?
I always just wake up. Yeah.
Do you wake up in the morning and check?
No, I mean I go on Twitter, so it just pops up. But I don't personally go to the websites or anything like that.
Gotcha. Well, like I said, we got a winner. USA Today did a story with an attorney that advises Powerball winners.
Okay.
The non-negotiable, don't do it, and how much you should spend yearly. than the mistakes that people make. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Plus, talk a little Tigers next hour here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. You heard the update about the Lions trade. We'll discuss that coming up in a few moments here on Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Tigers afternoon game, actually, today. It's a 2:15 start. Is that what it is? It is, right? I think so.
2:10?
2:10, 2:15, right around there. 2:10, you're right. 2:10, Tigers and Royals as Tigers go for the sweep. Michael Lorenzen on the mound for the Tigers. We'll get to some Tiger stuff again a little bit later on, and we'll talk about this Lions trade. But as I mentioned, there was a Powerball winner. California Lottery said on Twitter that the winning ticket was sold in Los Angeles at the Los Palomitos Mini Market. Los Palomitos Mini Market. Isn't this the second massive?
Yeah, LA got the last one, too.
Wasn't it also? It was like at a gas station in downtown LA.
Yeah, like Joe's gas station or something.
It was. I think it was called Joe.
Yeah.
Wasn't it owned by somebody's father-in-law or something like that?
I
Somebody
think
famous?
Demente Pecco or what the former
Demente
State?
Pecco,
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
God, that's wild.
So which lineman from the Michigan State this time?
Yep.
Their dad or
owned by a
father-in-law?
Conklin. No, so we got a winner, and I don't know how many people in our area has been to the Los Palomitos Mini Market in the last couple of days. Probably not many. So unfortunately, back to try again. USA Today did a story about the challenges that come with winning.
I'm sorry, Doug. I hate to interrupt.
Go for it.
I'm just only bringing this up because it's so Doug. Did you see the winning numbers?
No.
What's this like joke? There's a joke you always play that if you were ever to play, you'd play consecutive numbers.
I play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the Powerball of 6. Or I don't know, how many numbers do you pick?
That sounds good.
All right.
The winning numbers were 7, 10, 11, 13. Those are the first four numbers. 7, 10, 11, 13. Now, not exactly consecutive or anything, but pretty close. I just figured that this is something Doug would do because everyone's like, well, those numbers would never happen.
What were the last two?
24, and the Powerball was 24 as well. What, Gator? What? Oh, Gator?
No, it's just when I play Keno.
Those are your favorite numbers?
When I play Keno, 24 is always the number I use. 13 is always the number I use, and 11 is usually one I use.
Yep. You would have won something. But Doug, this is
maybe $4.
This is the closest thing I think to Doug Karsh.
Well, so look, when people talk about why you don't play, I'm going, well, would you ever play the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 with a Powerball of 6? And they say the same thing. No, that would never happen. Nor would any combination. It's the same odds as every other combination.
I don't know if you knew this, King. Doug is part Vulcan. It's just he only deals with logic, and that's it. Doesn't dare to dream anything else. There's no aspirations. It's just sheer logic.
I know. That's why I'm
you're not going to win.
I'm banned from the show when it comes to the topics to dream. I just host the topics to dream because I don't participate in the right to dream. So
I know this morning when I heard that someone won, I was like, well, the dreaming's over. But then I remembered Mega Millions.
That's right.
Secondary dream.
Yeah, I stopped off at a gas station this morning to get my Gatorade. And when I was going to maybe buy some tickets, depending on what happened, because I didn't know. And then I saw that it was back to $20 million. And I thought, oh, damn, somebody won.
Yep.
But only one person has the winning ticket?
Apparently that's the case.
Well, apparently only one winning ticket.
Well, one winning ticket, I
multiple,
guess is what I'm saying, yeah. So somewhere there's have they mentioned what the total is going to be?
It was $1.8 billion.
I'm sorry,
what?
what?
I'm saying $1.08 billion.
Okay.
And in California, they don't have a lottery tax, so it's going to be a little bit higher than other states.
So it's probably like $400 million that whoever has that ticket just pocketed after taxes and after your lump sum payout.
USA Today talked to a Florida lawyer who advises winners of big lotteries, Kurt Panousis. Who I think they said he's talked to more. Yeah, here we go. Representing upwards of 40 people across the United States who've won $1 million or more in state lotteries. The one thing he said that's borderline non-negotiable, he preaches one thing above all else: remain anonymous when possible. The attorney even joked that if any of his clients spoke on the record to USA Today, he may drop them. Quote, the people who run into problems, almost every single one of them have issues because their identity has been outed. So people know who they are, and people know they've won. Panousis tells his clients to refrain from telling almost anyone about their winnings, even their own siblings. Just don't do it.
How long do you think you get? Well, I mean, you're not the right person to ask because you're not playing.
No.
But I've thought of this. How long I could try to keep it anonymous from family or friends? Like, Kang, how long could you keep that under wraps? Because, I mean, first of all, it's different because you've got a wife, so you probably have to tell her.
Probably.
Quickly, I should say. There's a point in time I think you'd like to do some things to surprise her, sure, but at some point it's going to become obvious that your lifestyle has changed.
Yeah, when I come in with my Gucci headphones. Oh, this, guys? These diamond encrusted headphones? I don't know.
And by the way, I quit. Yeah.
My mic muff's made of pure mink or whatever.
Because I would try to. I mean, there would be some people that I have to let know because there are things that I'd like to do that I want to get a head start on. There'd be a financial advisor. You got to let know.
No, you got to keep this quiet for a while. I asked this question the other day to some people. You want to tell your certain family members, but there's a leak. There's always a leak.
Yeah, I can't. I wouldn't tell family members.
You can't.
And that's what this guy says.
Yeah.
I would try not to for a long while, and for a long while, I mean like months. I mean, there'd be things that I would do that might be a little obvious. Might be a different car that I come flying in to work with. Maybe not though. Maybe I keep that car at home. But
they go on to cite all these horror stories of people, and when they got out what they won, how much they get harassed.
Of course, yeah, that's the downer side of it, and
I mean it's a problem we'd all like to have. But Panousis advises winners to wait at least a week to make their claim, giving them time to plan what they'll do before the money hits their bank account. After that, he suggests they wait at least 6 months to make any big ticket purchases. And then he gives the percent you should spend per year. You should try to limit your spending on an annual basis to this percentage.
Uh-huh.
Do you care to take a guess?
I would guess that he's talking about 5%, less than 5%.
Kang, what do you think?
Percentage of what?
Of your winnings.
Per year?
Yeah.
My guess is this is a financial lawyer guy, so I'm guessing like 2%.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll put it at 3%.
Never spend more than a small chunk of their winnings, usually 3 to 4% per year. Well done. How about this, though? Nearly 1/3 of lottery winners eventually go bankrupt within 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, not the ones that make $400 million off the lottery, though.
Yeah, I've heard stats similar to this, and I'm always like, well, what jackpot did they win? Is it $150,000?
Is it $1 million?
Yeah.
Is it, or is it this life-changing hundreds of millions of dollars?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll be honest, I ain't gonna limit it to 3% spending for that first year. If I'm pocketing $400 million.
At a zero? No, I'm just kidding.
No way. Yeah, I mean,
maybe at a 1.
But after that first year, then it's like the big items are checked off. Your brand new house, your other brand new house, your cars. That's done in the first year, and now what? I'm not going to buy another brand new house.
I mean, I buy Saquon Barkley, and then I buy
a stake in the XFL, and
an Airbnb. I rent.
So you think it's $400 million roughly is going to be the takeaway here?
I would imagine between $350 and $400 because usually it's cut in half automatically for the lump sum payout, and then it's like close to 55 or 50% after that. So you're chopping it again.
That by 3, I multiplied that by 0.35. So on an annual basis, 3.5%. You would spend year one. You'd spend more than $14 million.
Yes.
Okay.
But year two, I probably wouldn't get to half that.
Okay. All right.
I just don't know yet, Doug.
You got some time to think about it since you didn't win. That's
right,
that's the good side of not winning is now you can make your game plan.
I don't know. I could win tonight. Is the next drawing tonight?
Yeah, I think the Mega Millions, right?
Well, then you better carve out some time today to think about how you're going to handle this, right?
Tonight or tomorrow.
Yep.
According to Sports Tax Man, who's a CPA, does a lot of the athletes and taxing and all that stuff, how they get paid.
Yep.
He thinks he did the calculations. Lump sum payment in California would be $558.1 million. If he selected the cash, if the winner selects the cash value, the prize will be $351.6 million after federal taxes.
Wow. So wait, the lump sum payment is $558 million?
Yes. In California.
035.
Well, then you still have to be taxed on that.
You still have to be taxed.
Oh, okay. Well, then that before
that's why
tax.
351 after taxes.
351. All right, 351 times a 0.035, 3.5%. Oh, shoot, made a mistake. .035 equals. God, I messed it all up. But 351 million. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
that's right.
Let's start over. It is a total of 12.285.
I'm over.
I'd survive. You know me, I'm a rule follower.
Doug's right at the 12.
Yeah. Lock in at
Gator's
12.
at 24.
Would you think you'd spend more than the 12.85?
I don't think so. I mean, that's a lot of money, Gator, in the first year.
I know.
Jeez, what are you buying, man?
I'm building got to have the right acreage and the right kind of place.
You're
I'm
buying
building.
acreage?
I'm buying part of Alaska. I have the right acreage, and like I've said, there'd be a place downstate and a place up north, and it's not cheap either way.
Remember the last guy that won the
And
one?
I'm gonna do it right.
Matt Ishbia, hold my beer.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna buy his land.
No, I'll get my own.
The last guy that won was from California, like you guys mentioned, and he bought a house right in the middle of like celebrities, right in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Like his neighbors were. He just plopped himself right in the middle of the neighborhood.
I'm sure they're all like, "Oh, great,
Yep.
Mister just won the lottery. Is living next to me."
Hi, Steve.
Right. Hey, Ariana, how are you? Hi, Paris. Hey, guys, what are you doing? You walking a dog?
You know when the mail's gonna get here?
Yeah. What's trash pickup day? Is that today? Tomorrow? We have recycle bins too, or no? I'm all about recycling.
Oh, Doug could be in charge of that for his new. Yeah, there you go.
I'll run the neighborhood program. All right, straight ahead. There is an insider reporting, the very latest, on Shohei Ohtani and trade talks. We'll get to that today at 12:18. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Home ownership can be a lot of big headaches because things go wrong in your house. Look, they can be 50 years old. They can be 100 years old. Things always break down in a house. That's why you need to have the experts on your speed dial. And I'm talking about Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Because if the AC goes out, you call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If you got clogged drains or a busted pipe or anything to do with water that gets in your house or water that gets out of your house, you guessed it, you call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Home ownership can be great if you've got the right team on your side. In fact, many homes throughout the Detroit area trust Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to keep their homes running cool this summer. So how about a deal that makes that introduction even sweeter? They offer full 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranties with annual maintenance, as well as financing options that aren't going to break the bank. Plus, you can give them a call and get $200 off furnace and air equipment when you mention me, Gator. So go ahead and visit BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Gator, you know what I didn't know?
That Dover was the capital of Delaware?
Is it?
I believe so.
I think you might be right. No, I didn't know until I saw your show sheet that Parker Meadows hit a home run last night.
Yes, he did. Number 14.
Mm-hmm.
That's getting a power stroke. He could get to 20 this year if he stays in the minors. Maybe 20 between AAA and major leagues.
I like what you did there.
Yeah,
I like what you did there.
Well, I'm just looking ahead. I think that there's a schedule here for time could run out on some guys that they're taking a look at that are on the roster right now, in the major league roster, that they're giving them an opportunity to prove that you belong in the major leagues and you belong as part of this team's future, at least for another year. And I think the time's going to run out on some of those players, maybe not all of them. And there's going to come a time where they're going to be okay, let's take a look at the next group. Bring them on up. Here comes Parker Meadows. Here comes Justin Henry Malloy. Maybe Colt Keith.
Maybe.
Maybe other guys get promotions too. Yep. We'll see what happens with Justice Big B at AA if he gets promotion to AAA, and maybe he's fast tracked because he's hitting well too. Who knows?
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Okay. So we talked about the Powerball there a little bit, and that there is a winner. So will you buy Mega Millions, or are you out on Mega Millions?
Oh, I'll buy.
Okay.
It's still up to, what is it, 750 million or something, I think?
Something like that,
yeah.
So, other thing from the Tiger game last night, maybe the most encouraging thing, is that Eduardo Rodriguez was good. And at the very minimum, we are hoping that reestablishes his value prior to the trade deadline. But, I mean, let's face it, it's great if he's going to be here long term and this is who he is. I still debate at the age of 30, has the light gone on? Is this for real who he's going to be for like the next couple of years? Because his good is so good. He looked so damn good last night. He had the one bad inning, but just command in the zone. I was watching. It was funny because the night before I said, Scuba looks like he's got no-hit stuff through 2 innings.
And then
last night, and then the third inning it all felt. Last night I'm watching, I'm like, Rodriguez really does look like he's got no-hit stuff.
Well, he pitched great. I mean, going 7, I love to see the 7 inning performance from a starting pitcher, and he only threw 89 pitches to get through the 7 innings.
Yep.
So still building up. He's got more in the tank. They went to Foley. I'm a big Jason Foley fan. He's been so consistent. Knock on wood that continues. Alex Lang, roller coaster again last night, but got bailed out by a brilliant play by Javi Baez. Ground ball right up the middle, and Lang makes a great play to snag the ground ball.
Yep.
Immediately turns and throws to second base to try to get the lead runner. Bad throw into the dirt. Javi just scoops it up, steps back, throws to first base, completes a double play, and just like that, the roller coaster wasn't nearly as fearsome.
I can't believe how many times a pitcher on a ground ball in a double play situation will throw the ball to center field. And it happens in games I watch. I swear it happens over 50% of the time.
No, I know what you're saying.
And it shouldn't happen really at all.
Well, you think about it, and I understand. You totally understand why it does happen, because they're used to throwing the ball 60 feet 6 inches and wind up the whole bit, and they got time to stare it down. Now they've made the play, they spin around,
and they might be 60 feet 6 inches away from their target,
but they're not.
They might be.
Well, I suppose, but it has this different look, right? It's an optical illusion because it is a diamond and you're right in the middle of it, but it has that look that it's a shorter throw. So you kind of want to take something off it. It's just an optical illusion.
I don't know why they do it. I have no idea why they do it.
Rush
I'm just
it.
Amazed at how many times they do it.
It's just rushing.
Yep.
You spin around and I'm throwing to somebody that doesn't have the catcher's gear. Where's your gear?
Yeah.
Where's the batter?
That's not a plate. That's a base.
This is odd.
How am I supposed to do this?
I am very uncomfortable right now.
I swear to God. I coach kids, right? And I'm like, we practice that play. And I'm like, if we ever pull this off in a game, I'll be amazed. Because MLB pitchers throw it into center field.
Yeah. Well, champ or chump.
There you go. All right. I mentioned before the break that there was news from an MLB insider on Shohei Ohtani. This from John Morosi this morning. The Angels are not close to a decision on whether to trade Shohei Ohtani. They are likely to wait until 24 to 48 hours before the August 1st deadline. teams continue to contact the Angels and express interest in Ohtani because why wouldn't they? And he cites sources on this one. So the Angels are going to take it down to the wire.
Well, they're 4.5 games out of the wild card spot.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got some time to still contend here, or try to, even though they're without some big-time players.
Yeah, and I would say that being an Angels fan and having Trout and Ohtani to root for sounds like something I'd be jealous of. But the Angels have struggled, they haven't made the playoffs since they've had Trout and Ohtani. I don't think, Mike Trout ever played in a playoff game?
I think he has. I'm
not sure that he has. The point being, I think it's got to be incredibly frustrating to be an Angels fan.
Oh, I think it's remarkably frustrating based on this. I mean, you've had the best player in baseball, arguably, in Mike Trout. You've had him since he was 19 years old when he made his debut with the Angels.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been a stud since he was 20. He stole 49 bases and hit 326 when he was 20 years old, along with 30 home runs. He's been an absolute stud. You're paying him like a stud, and you've got nothing to show for it. You had 1 year where you made the playoffs with Mike Trout in 2014.
Did they win any games?
It would look like best of 3 series, I'm guessing, and they I don't know. It was
They got- I just
divisional
looked up.
series. They lost in
They got
3
swept.
straight by Kansas City.
So he has played in 3 playoff games in his career, and they haven't won one. Ohtani's never
No.
been there.
In fact, he went 1 for 12.
I almost feel
that
like
series.
the Angels, this report confirms absolutely what they should do, because they should do everything they can to try and get in this wild card chase.
Well, but no.
No?
No, because they haven't. This is the same team they've had, and they haven't won anything with these guys. I mean, as much as I'd love, if I'm Marty Moreno, the owner of the Angels, and I'm trying to hang on, and why am I hanging on? I've had Trout.
You know what you do?
I've had Ohtani, and we've done nothing. I need to trade. Actually, not one, but both of them.
You hit the portal and you take the team to the AL Central, where you immediately move into first place.
I mean, you make the move. If these trade offers were legit, or not, they weren't offers, they were proposals that somebody from ESPN came up with, right?
Yep.
If those were legitimate offers, you can negotiate, and maybe you don't have to get 5 players from somebody, 5 of their top 10. But what if you get 3 of their top 5 prospects? That's probably doable still. Go ahead and do that. And if I'm Marty Moreno, you know what? I'll talk about trading Trout as well, because I need a fresh start. And then we'll use the money.
God, they should.
Imagine how much money you're saving, right? Because
imagine what you should be able to get back for Trout and Ohtani if you decide to just, this isn't working. Don't know why it's not working. I mean, I guess mismanagement at the outside of the 2 guys, but it's pretty amazing that they've been to 1 playoff since in the Mike Trout era.
You still owe Mike
3.
They still owe Mike Trout $260 million after the season. If you can, and he's only 31. If you can get out from that contract, and you're trading Ohtani, imagine the prospects you're getting for both of those players, and the money you've saved. Because now you're saving $37 million a year on Trout. I don't know what Ohtani's salary is now, but if you're going to pay him, you're going to have to pay him like $60 million. So you're saving roughly $100 million in the 2 players, and now you can go out in a free agency and get 3 studs. Get a couple stud pitchers, get a stud position player, and hopefully you would expect that some of these players that you just acquired are going to be major league ready in 2024, and you've built your team back up, and you're probably doing it the right way.
Okay, straight ahead, we do. Are you going to eat that Gator? Are you going to watch that? Are you going to watch that? We'll get to that today at 12:32, 97.1 The Ticket.
So some of the nuances with this show that happened during the breaks.
Yeah.
I get excited when I see that you're looking at Twitter and I'm looking at Twitter or I'm looking at the TV or whatever. Maybe not be paying attention to you, which is typically the case. But when you say something like this, and this is, I think, exactly how you said it. Whoa. And I see that you are looking at Twitter, and it's not just like some video that you're watching of porn or somebody trying to knock the golf ball out of the pot bunker, but it's actually something you just read. I get excited. And then when you say to Kang, hey, have you seen so-and-so's tweet? And Kang replies, no, I haven't. And then Doug says, don't look at it. You set the bar kind of high.
I know, and I hate doing this because I feel like now I've set it too high. Yeah.
Did I ruin it?
Lions just released a starter from last year.
All right. A starter from last year. That's going to tell me that is probably on the defensive side. Unless it's a tight end.
Well, Hawkinson started. Are you talking about after Hawkinson?
Yeah, I think like one of your triumvirate of Brock Wright
Okay.
or whoever, one of those guys. Or let's just say Brock Wright. Did they release Brock Wright or did they release somebody on the defensive side?
A starter from last year.
Last year. Defensive back?
I got two guesses, one on the offense and one on the defense. But these are both shockers. You go take a guess, Gator. I'll take a guess right after you.
Well, my guess on offenses, I'll say Brock Wright. My guess on the defensive side will be
the person that tweeted said, a surprise. The Lions are releasing blank per source.
So while you're
I'm
still deciding on
I'm
defense.
still on the defense, yeah.
All right, I'm going to go Josh Reynolds on offense, and I'm going to go Tracy Walker on defense.
Tracy Walker would be the one, I think.
You guys are going to kill me.
Oh God, this is like something.
He said starter. Here we
I
go.
know.
Great.
He did start.
The kicker?
According to Tom Pelissero, the Lions are releasing kicker Micah Badgley.
I'll see you later.
Damn, it's someone Gator, right? What
You're
is
the
this?
worst. What is this? Wow.
I didn't say
Are
wow.
you serious? Yes, you did.
I said, whoa.
Are you that easily titillated that you're going to say, whoa?
They released Jared
guys.
Now you're overemphasizing what I actually said. I said, whoa. I was surprised that they did this before training camp even started. What's happened?
Which one of the three crappy kickers did they release? I'm sorry, that's not nice. Which one of the three underwhelming kickers did they release?
Michael Badgley.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that's a whoa. Well, he goes all Joey
So
Lawrence.
think about this. He built it up for you, and you built it up for me.
I
And so
know.
I'm thinking like a legit starter here.
Because normally when he does something like this,
No.
I'm like, okay, Doug's got he's got something good and juicy here. What do we got? Okay. Hey, don't look at Twitter. And that's what he said. He said to you, don't look at Twitter.
I wanted
I'm
you
thinking
guys
this
to
is
guess.
huge, and it's Pelissero. I know it's NFL. What do we got? Saquon Barkley just signed a 3-year, $50 million deal. So that's what I'm thinking. And you come up with what?
Badgley's released.
Come on! That is bait and switch.
I realized early on that, that this was going to be such a letdown, that the hostility towards me was going to be significant.
That's like, he went into the family room, told his kids, we're going on vacation somewhere awesome. And they're thinking like these awesome places. And he says the backyard.
Yeah.
You know,
Listen,
that's
guys,
the payoff.
You can't spell staycation without vacation. So
It's an vacation of some kind.
Badgley.
come on, man. And then you make it worse. You're like, he's a starter. And we're like, okay, all right, offensive. Who would make sense? I mean, I like the tight ends. I like the tight end depth, but is it Brock Wright?
I knew I was in trouble the moment you said, all right, offense or defense. And I'm like, oh, there's another side. Don't forget about special teams.
Nobody talks about starters on special teams. Nobody talks about that.
Well, they know who the kicker and the punter are.
I wouldn't have said a starter. I wouldn't have built it up even a little. I would have just said,
Okay, but
during a
are you-
commercial break, I would have
to be
just said,
honest,
yeah, they just dropped Badgley. I'm like,
Are
well,
you surprised they're cutting him before training camp?
No.
Okay, who's the other kicker?
Riley Patterson.
And?
John Parker Romo.
Wow. Oh, you got the depth chart in front of you.
We call him JPR.
Yeah. JP Romo.
If
other Romo.
If I'd asked
Not
you
you.
independently, who do you think's going to win the kicking battle before this news broke? I would have said Badgley.
Well, didn't they give up trade
It's a
capital to get
it was
Riley
a conditional
Patterson
pick, wasn't it?
for Patterson?
Yeah. It's like a seventh round pick in 2027.
Fair enough. I still would have said Patterson over Badgley. I don't know. And I don't. This is going to sound off. I don't even care.
You should care.
I should, but they're the same kickers, so it doesn't really matter. You know, am I surprised to let him go by at this point? No. No. The last thing they want is to have a kicking competition all throughout training camp.
Why?
I don't know. They want to worry about the other stuff that matters.
I think that
this guy's as good as this guy. Does it matter? We're splitting hairs here. Flip a coin. Got it. All right. He's gone.
Well, then I apologize for the oversell, I guess.
Can you understand why I would think it's an oversell? Why I thought it was something bigger than what it was? You literally said, whoa.
Okay. I literally said, whoa. I didn't say, whoa.
But then you told Kang, don't look at your Twitter.
Well, I wanted him to guess. But then I like I said, I realized early this was a mistake, and you're a child, and you're gonna throw.
I'm a child, right? Hey guys, whoa! What happened? Scott Daly just got released. What's that? He lost the competition for long snapper. He was in line. I mean, they had a chance.
And who won it, Gator?
Jake McQuaid.
McQuaid.
I mean, Jake McQuaid. He's there because of his name.
Quado. All right, we got sidetracked.
I know a Scott Daly. He sold me a guitar once.
What? You bought a guitar from a long snapper?
I don't think it's the same guy.
I didn't know this fact about you.
Yeah, I'll buy a guitar from anybody. I'm always on the lookout.
Kang, who do you think? Who would you have thought was going to win the kicking battle?
Riley Patterson? I don't know.
Right.
I mean, I'm like, this is an
You
oversell.
do care. No,
this
but
was
you
an
do-
oversell.
you do
I care.
care.
Yeah,
Right.
but
whoa.
You did tell me don't look at Twitter. And I
Don't
was
look. Stay away from Twitter. Avert your
I
eyes.
did too. And I'm like, all right.
Do not look up a Tom Pelissero tweet. Tom Pelissero. That's it. Yes, it's NFL. Don't
Kai-
look. Don't look.
Kai Tech says Badgie being cut where it's a at most.
How do you jerk? It's really just it's
more of
a matter
huh.
of fact. It's
more of a huh than a whoa.
And just latest news update: Michael Badger was released by the Lions. Let's go back to talking about Fruit Loops.
So Gatorade, 47, 49 flavors, huh? That's like,
yeah.
I'm scouring the roster on the defensive side, come up with somebody, and Kang. Then I felt bad. I'm like, is it Tracy Walker?
I know. I was like, I never liked that guy anyways. You know, we're burying people.
Quality. They can't drop him.
Make me sound like an idiot, dog.
We had like 6 Lions catch strays.
Yeah, why the hell would they release Tracy Walker?
And now I'm like, did Savion Smith start a single game for him last year?
I was like, oh, Josh Reynolds lost his job to Mims.
Will Harris is out.
It's Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Would just like to publicly apologize for the overreaction. We will keep in mind in the future it's more of a huh than a whoa. By the way, the ticket, our Twitter account tweets out like segments of the show.
Yes.
And they have like quotes from us. This is a tweet from teasing a segment that's being podcast. All right.
Okay.
Quote, it would be awesome if Mims comes to Detroit and is better than Cobb or Lazard are for the Jets and Aaron Rodgers had something to do with it. Next quote, that would be precious. These are the petty things I can hold on to. It looks so much worse in print.
I love it. I'll own it. I said it. Let's go.
I think the first part's me. The second part is you.
The petty part is me. Yeah. It's a petty party.
Yep. Oh, that's funny. Okay.
Whoa.
Are you going to watch that? This is going to become a new thing on the show. When something minor happens. Whoa.
Waiting for what you got to say next.
Gator, are you going to watch that? The Golden Bachelor. Have you heard about this?
I'm sorry, the what?
The Golden Bachelor. ABC's first ever senior citizen bachelor, Jerry Turner, a 71-year-old grandpa from Indiana, will star in a spinoff series ABC calls A Whole New Kind of Love Story, one for the golden years. According to the release, Turner is looking for, quote, a second chance at love in search of a partner with whom to share the sunset years of life. He's a retired restaurateur who loves barbecues, playing pickleball, and Chicago sports teams.
Mm. Yep. I don't think I'm going to be watching this one, Doug. No? Although there is a curiosity about it.
Look at this dude.
That guy. I mean, that guy's a stud. That guy doesn't need to go on a TV show.
He's 71.
Yeah, I don't think he's struggling. I just can't find love. No. This guy. Are you kidding me?
Held the picture up to the camera.
It's a
for the
freaking
Twitch
model.
crowd.
Does he look 71?
Silver Fox.
I mean, Silver Fox.
Is this show like on? Is it on ABC or is it like TV Land or like like honestly?
I mean,
are they like? Is this going to be mainstream? Like,
are they going to set him up with 71-year-old women, or are they going to bring
retired
in some
supermodels?
Right.
They're not going to go down to old folks' home and just start casting.
This is Indiana's George Hamilton, and I think the
George Hamilton. You must on George Hamilton.
Well, does he kind of have that look?
I mean, a little bit, yeah, but I'm just thinking of our audience doesn't know who the hell George Hamilton is.
That's a great point.
Oh, look, that's a good-looking guy, and he's 71. President? He doesn't look like he's 71, right? He looks like, what, early 60s maybe?
Yep.
So I'm just, now I am curious.
Actually, he looks like a regular bachelor with old guy makeup.
Right.
Like I'm trying to make him up.
I am curious to see what kind of women they parade in front of him. And then I am curious to see, is this going to be like a typical bachelor show where this guy's making out with half the cast? Or is this going to be like, no, truly, it's about the personality this time, you know?
The backstabbing between the women
right,
at 70?
They're going to be all catty and stuff.
Yep, passive
Dolores!
aggressive.
I hate Dolores.
Right. All the women have old women names.
Blanche.
You're right, Madge.
Maud.
Oh, good God.
I'm sorry, did you say your name's Caitlin? How old are you? I don't think you're old enough.
Yeah.
So what's this guy's name again?
His name's Jerry Turner. And you
Jerry
brought up a point. Are we going to be watching old people make out?
Right. But again, do you think is this going to be populated with women that are age appropriate for this guy, or is this going to be populated with a bunch of cougars?
Agnes is a real slut.
You gave it up to him in the green room.
That's a great question, though. Is it going to be people his age,
or is this going to be like the Real Housewives of Orange County showing up,
or
the real old housewives,
a regular cast of 20-somethings?
Yeah, or they. Yeah.
Oh no! Come on!
Where they're all like,
it's Anna Nicole Smith types, you know.
Instagram influencers.
Yeah, exactly.
TikTok stars. It ends in the first episode because he has a heart attack. You know, from these young girls.
I want to know what the age range is of these broads. Is it going to be like from age 48 to 62? It's like, wait a minute, he's 71.
The story doesn't have any details, but we'll see if the old Google can help us out.
Agnes is a great call for a name.
Thank you. You got some other ones? You're good at names.
I'm good for one every 5 years.
Yeah,
and I used it yesterday.
Someone texted, thought they had the lines cut Raoul Thorpe.
Whoa. This just in. There's nobody named Raoul Thorpe. What about Lenore?
Lenore, sure.
Eleanor.
Eleanor? Absolutely.
Here's more from the Des Moines Register.
Yeah, what do you got from the Des Moines Register?
Are you sure you're not reading singles ads in the back? This is a show.
Farmers only? What do we got?
I am from Iowa, but I currently live on a beautiful lake in Indiana. I love all lake activities. I enjoy taking my grandkids on pontoon boat rides and doing jet ski races with them. I have 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters. The show is described by ABC as a mature take on the classic reality series with women in their golden years who have a lifetime of experience living through love, loss, and laughter, hoping to spark for a spark that ignites a future full of endless possibilities.
Jerry, have you ever slept with one of your daughter's friends?
Hold on. According to USA Today, a casting call for the show said producers were searching for active and outgoing single men and women in their golden years and senior citizens. Senior citizens are typically a person of 65 years or older.
Yeah, but once you saw this guy, you're like, wait a minute, we could lower the bar a little bit.
I bet they did. All right, so are you going to watch that?
I think I might. Okay. I mean, the curiosity is going to get to me. I got to see this guy, right?
Yep. I thought there was a chance.
Show's over by 5, right?
You get the confessionals with the women. They're like, I don't know. But I mean, Jerry got up at 2 o'clock in the morning and he got up again at 5 o'clock in the morning and it was up for good at 7. I don't know who he was seeing. And he's like, I was peeing. I want to talk to Jerry. Jerry's napping right now.
Or not.
Got blue pills everywhere.
I mean, think about who the sponsors are going to be.
Of course.
Those commercials can be running rampant during this show.
100%. They got a doctor on staff all that 24/7.
Hi, I'm Joe Namath. I mean, it's going to be all those. Let me tell you about a reverse mortgage.
Here's why you should invest in gold. Get all your vegetables and fruits in one pill.
This is really going to cut into Fox News viewership.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, so that's one.
I just think that Tucker Carlson got a raw deal. I think I'm in love.
Are you gonna watch Barbie?
I kind of want to see.
How is this getting good reviews?
If you get a good script, I mean, this is a fish out of water story, right? Barbie lives in Barbie land, and Barbie is going to have to go into the real world.
Yep.
With Ken.
Yep.
And it's eye candy for both the men and the women. You got Ryan Gosling.
That doesn't get you good reviews, though.
I'm just saying it gets you. First of all, it gets you an audience. Because guys are going to, Margot Robbie, hello. And then you can, if the woman's going to, let's say just stereotypically the woman says, let's go out and watch Barbie tonight. I don't know. Oh, wait, Margot Robbie. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll try it out. But apparently it's funny and it's good.
Here's a tweet from the Associated Press. The film simultaneously mocks and admires its source material, which basically says they're making fun of the entire Barbie concept while also paying homage to it.
Yep.
Which is a very difficult needle to thread.
There's got to be a Ken joke in there, right? About flat Ken, so to speak. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean
not having parts?
Yeah.
There's got to be a joke in there throughout that at some point.
I suspect.
Margot Robbie. Margot Robbie already have me interested.
It's just shocking to me that this movie, which has all the makings of crap, is actually pretty good. I mean, it just screams crap.
This is Hollywood. Like I say, it's the fish out of water story. So whether it's, Legally Blonde or it's Crocodile Dundee. It's the same type of formula that works.
Yeah.
And then you have attractive people in it that are actually accomplished actors. It could work.
What about Oppenheimer? Are you going to see Oppenheimer?
I really want to see Oppenheimer. Christopher Nolan, the director, is awesome, incredible as a director. The movies he's done with Batman Begins and Inception and a host of other movies. He's great. So I am very curious. Despite what you guys were talking about yesterday, I do appreciate history and I do enjoy history. And that whole time period of developing the atomic bomb, during World War II and all that, I'm very interested in it. Remember, when I was in 8th grade, we had in our English class, we did this mock trial for our English class. And it was a mock trial of should they have dropped the bomb or not.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody had to play a role of somebody involved with it during World War II. I was Winston Churchill for that whole thing.
Were you?
For World War II, yeah. So it was World War II I've always been fascinated by. So this is one that, yes, I do, because it's a big moral dilemma.
So you're yes on the Golden Bachelor, you're yes on Barbie, and yes on Oppenheimer.
I think so.
I won't see any of them. Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797.
You'll watch the Golden Bachelor like nobody's
Actually,
business.
I might. Let's get to this Lions trade, which broke earlier today.
And why do you hate history?
I don't hate history.
Why aren't you going to watch Oppenheimer?
Because it's a movie. It's not a documentary. I watch documentaries. I love documentaries. I finished Wham last night. It's really good.
Of course you did.
97.1 The Ticket.
You scouring to see if there's another whoa moment?
No, I'm not. Tigers baseball this afternoon. We'll get to some Tiger talk coming up in a few minutes. Also, Lions make a trade. Got to discuss that. Chris is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. I just want to say my wife was able to get advanced screening tickets to Barbie last night through her work.
Yeah.
And went and saw it, and it is very good. It's very funny. There's a lot of good jokes that will go over kids' heads. And I think, like you mentioned, they did a really good job needling that, making fun of itself and admiring at the same time. I highly recommend it.
I can't. I mean, look, I believe you, Chris. And everything I've read is that this movie is good. When I heard this movie was coming out, I'm like, this is going to be a steaming pile of crap. But it's apparently it's apparently good. And it's hard to believe. It's really hard to believe.
I mean, there were a lot of kids in the audience that when I went and saw it, but the whole theater was laughing, and there's tons of jokes throughout the whole thing, and it's just really good. I had like zero expectations about it, so maybe that's why, but I'd still say it's worth the price of admission, I would say.
Fascinating. All right. Oh, cool. Thank you.
There's the endorsement you need.
So this is why we should be concerned about the screenwriters being on strike, is because they actually made Barbie good.
Was this like one of the last things they did before?
It might be one of the last things. This is our final work.
Right.
Our piece de resistance. Their mic drop moment. Look what we did with the Barbie script. Okay. Lions make a trade. Now, this is a classic change of scenery type of deal. And the question is, did they get somebody that can help them? They sent a 2025 conditional 6th-round pick to the Jets for a 2025 7th-round pick in Denzel Mims. The condition on the pick is that Mims has to make the 53-man roster. If he doesn't, the Jets get nothing, meaning the Lions basically get a free look at a player that the Jets had told, we are going to release you unless we can trade you. So they shopped them around the league. The Lions said, okay, 2 drafts from now, our 6th will become your 6th, and we'll take your 7th. But if he doesn't make our team, we don't want to do this. And they took it. So they're giving up draft position at the end of the draft 2 drafts from now, which is just north of nothing.
Right.
Okay, so what do they get? They got a 25-year-old former 2nd-round pick, big and physical is the scouting report. Needed to be a sharper route runner, but it's a guy that has some ability, some physical ability, although he caught some like 45 passes for 400 yards in his 3 years with the Jets. The Jets have had terrible quarterback play. That's been addressed. But they also, in the last 2 years, added Garrett Wilson, Randall Cobb, Mecole Hardman, and Alan Lazard. All in the last 2 years. Mims was buried on the depth chart. He was drafted by the previous regime, so they had no allegiance to him. And, I mean, this could be a classic change of scenery move. Detroit has playing time right out of the gate, and this is at almost no cost. Because if somebody else comes available, somebody better becomes available, whether a free agent says, well, I'll drop my price and come to you, or another trade is offered or whatever, then you just cut him and you get your pick back.
Yeah, it's certainly an opportunity for him. He's got the combination of size and speed that you really like. Runs a sub 4.4 40. He's 6'3", over 200 pounds. He's got the measurables, but it hasn't translated. He's only played 30 games in 3 years with the Jets and doesn't have a whole lot of stats that he's accumulated during that time either. But the Jets have been a train wreck of an organization over the years, and he was part of it. If he's got anything left, or if he has something to give, we'll find out. The Lions will find out. And I've eased off this more so as the day's gone on. When I first heard about it this morning, I was like, I mean, giving up any kind of draft capital for a player at a position where there are still really good receivers available in free agency, I'm not sure I'm down with, but it's so low risk. it's a conditional 6th-round pick. The condition is if he makes the team. Well, if he makes the roster, then you had to give up something to get him. And if he doesn't make the roster, you don't lose anything.
No.
So I guess I'm more okay with it now, certainly, and give him an opportunity. And he's not going to be taking over for Amon-Ra St. Brown or likely Marv Jones, but he might be competing with Khalif Raymond or Josh Reynolds for time.
So, I mean, at the best, it's a guy that suffered from subpar quarterback play. And I also have a lot of faith in the Lions offensive staff right now. I would love to have like Ben Johnson here sitting in studio saying, okay, guys, here's off the record. Here's what we like about him. Here's how he was misused in New York. And here's why we wanted to kick the tires on this. And yet, I don't even know that they need to justify, because if he's not good enough to make their roster, they get their pick back, and it doesn't really matter. But this guy, Mims, is also going into a contract year. So this is the last year of his contract. He's going to be motivated to try and get another contract. So he's going to come here and he's going to say all the right things, and we're going to go out there to practice, and chances are we're going to see him and go, my God, I can't believe they got this guy for nothing, which is probably the same thing that's being said in Atlanta about Jeffrey Okudah. Until they get into games and start making plays on Sundays, everything else is just bluster and talk. But it's from the same draft as Okudah, and we're talking about Mims, and one of the things that we are citing that makes him worthwhile is this was a 2nd-round wide receiver pick. Like Okudah was a top 3 pick that Atlanta just signed too, and we'd kind of been there, done that. So there's an exceptionally high probability, maybe not exceptionally high, but there's a probability that this is nothing, that nothing comes of this. But so what?
Well, you're trying to add depth to the position, and it's something that I think going into training camp, we kind of all agreed that they needed to add something more, just in case type thing, because you're obviously playing the first 6 games without Jamison Williams.
Yeah, there's a no-risk move here for the Lions. This is probably, someone's trash, maybe someone else's treasure, right? But you're right, Doug. I think the expectations should be, limited. He didn't work out there for a reason. I mean, it could be because of the quarterbacks. He didn't have Aaron Rodgers. He had Mike White, Joe Flacco, Zach Wilson. Those guys aren't, starting quarterbacks in this league anymore. But you just spoke of it as well, too, Gator. Depth. We talked about DeAndre Hopkins and other receivers that bring here. The Lions won't have J-Mo for the first 6 weeks. This is depth. This is maybe just a guy to play in the preseason, so they don't have to worry about getting a Khalif Raymond hurt, or Marvin Jones doesn't have to play because he's been in this league so long. But 0 risk here. If it works out, awesome. That means they got maybe a steal.
Maybe. And, I'm intrigued. One of my questions for Brad Holmes would be, did Ben Johnson tip you off to this? Is there a guy he was interested in? Is this your own work? Or is there the coaching staff? Do they have any say in this? So
the real question, Gator, is when you heard the news, did you say whoa or huh?
I think this should have been that was more of a whoa.
This is more of a whoa.
That was more of a whoa.
Getting released earlier today.
Yeah, because this was an addition to the team that we didn't see coming. That was actually a name that I saw yesterday being bandied around that other teams were interested in.
Mims?
Yeah.
Oh, before the Lions got him.
Yeah, before the Lions got him. I thought it was maybe Dallas or some other team was really interested in him. They thought the deal was going to happen. And then I wake up this morning and it's the Lions that made the deal. Whoa.
Whoa, indeed. Feedback coming in on this. Tiger baseball this afternoon. They try and win this series, take 3 of 4 in Kansas City, which would give them a 5-2 record out of the break. Some might call that hot. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you want to work on your golf game or just have fun playing golf? Well, you can play, practice, and party at 5 Iron Golf that's open in Detroit right now. And by their last week, it's a fantastic facility. It's like 25,000 square feet right in the heart of downtown Detroit. It's awesome. They have 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors. They got a full bar and restaurant. Plus, they have membership available. You can join as a founding member and get 50% off your first 3 months. You get a free lesson and even more. Or you can just experience a new way to play on courses like Pebble Beach and 200 others. They got great food and drink specials, a private event space, and a new late night or date night activity. This is what you do. Check it out. Go to 5irongolf.com to learn more and to tee up good times.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Lions made a move. Basically swap picks 2 drafts from now at the back end of the draft. Lions 6th rather becomes the Jets 7th, and the Jets get the Lions 6th, and the Lions get Denzel Mims.
That's not the only move.
They also cut Badgley.
Whoa.
Feedback coming in. This is a good trade with great upside. This is a Zach Wilson Jets didn't use this. This is the Zach Wilson Jets didn't use this guy right and will add to this wide receiving core. Look at his draft profile. Eric, I have. And if you look at the draft profile, you feel like the Lions got an elite receiver.
Well, but he also, it's not all on that Zach Wilson didn't pan out. He played in 30 games in 3 years.
Yeah. But, I mean,
it's more than just Zach Wilson.
It's more than just Zach Wilson, but it's a lot more convenient to just blame Zach Wilson.
Sure it is. But, hey, he gets an opportunity here. I like the size and speed. I hope he's got something there that shows he's an NFL quality receiver, and maybe the Lions lucked out here.
Next text. Mims is a placeholder for the preseason. Williams out 6 games. They can't afford to get Brown, Jones, Jr., Raymond, Reynolds hurt. Mims, Green, Kennedy, and Benson will all play in games and get cut before the season. It's from Derek in Vegas. Mims, Green, Kennedy, and Benson. Green will end up with the practice squad. He might be right. They might all get cut. I suspect one of them would survive because of J-Mo's suspension, but I would think they'd be on the bubble to finish the year barring injuries.
Whoa. She's mentioning players getting cut.
Steven at work says Mims and J-Mo on the outside.
Is Trinity Benson, is that a whoa?
Trinity Benson didn't start a game. Badgley did.
All right. Fair enough.
Steven at work says Mims and J-Mo on the outside with that speed, St. Brown and Laporta in the middle, and Gibbs coming out of the backfield. Tell the defense good luck.
Good luck.
Okay, I think that might be an overstatement.
Good luck.
Let's go to Nick. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. I'm prefacing, I'm not expecting a lot from Mims. I hopefully he is good, but what I think it does kind of for the coaches is it allows us to see if these older guys still kind of have it. And I'm talking about Reynolds and Marvin Jones. I think they're guys that, Goff will like, but it's going to push them to make sure that they can still play. That's kind of the reason I liked it.
Yeah, it's basically going to get a player that might be good enough to play for you, and if he isn't, you get your draft pick back. It's like, you know what?
Yeah,
the Lions went to the Jets. Can your receiver try out for our team? And the Jets said, sure.
Yeah, for free. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we just got to look at him, so we didn't have to give him a contract at all. Yep. And then we can decide later if we want to or not. But I was really nervous about kind of the back end of our receiver room. I think Khalif Raymond's going to make the team just because of what he does outside of receiving. But Josh Reynolds, his routes have become a little slower, and I don't know about Marvin Jones. I didn't watch a ton of
Wasn't Khalif Raymond a second leading receiver for the team?
I think he was.
Yeah, he was.
Yep.
He'll make the team.
Yeah,
regardless.
so. All right, fellas.
Cool. Thanks for calling. What are you laughing at?
I just noticed in the latest tweet that came out from 97 the ticket, Lions release kicker Michael Badgley in surprise move. Whoa. Huh. Is that a whoa, King?
Someone wants us to start playing a game called Whoa or Huh.
I think it's a great game. Write it down, Doug. Write it down. That's a gem. That's a gem.
I read off of like a statement or a headline, and you guys react
to
with
decide.
Whoa or Huh.
Whoa or huh.
I think it's brilliant.
It is brilliant.
All right. Tigers, this afternoon, Kansas City. How about that Miguel Cabrera kid, huh?
I love watching him. He's catching up to, he's hit, like in the last 2 games that he's gotten a hit in, he's hit like a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yep. Miguel Cabrera.
Getting around, able to hit it.
Still getting it done.
Yes.
The beginning of the year, I said I didn't think he'd hit a home run. He's already done that.
Well, he's got that under his belt, yeah.
And now he's got his batting average up to 249.
Yeah, it was at 252, I believe, but now it's down to 249. But yeah, I mean, we'll put it this way: we can laugh
Which,
at that.
by the way, on this team is fourth.
Yeah, it's one of the better batting averages on the team. And he's only got 173 at bats. So in comparison, Spencer Torkelson leads the team with 357. So it's like half the at bats. And we understand why. He's definitely banged up. He's at the end of his career. He can't run, but he still has the ability to drive the ball to the opposite field and get the base hit. And last night, delivered again. Love to see it. Delivered the other night. Got an RBI there. I don't know physically how much he's able to play, but as a fan, I want to see him play more.
I want to address this before it comes in. We know it's not worth the money. Okay? We know that he is wildly overpaid at this point.
Yeah, and he's done at the end of the year. He's retiring at the end of the season.
And we also knew when he signed this contract that we'd be talking about this 10 years later. We knew it. Yeah. We knew it. It was the price of doing business to keep their guy in-house and try and win World Series, which unfortunately they never did. And I said World Series. I think they were trying to win more than one. I think they thought they had a chance to win several, and they never did. But he was such a good player for such a long time. And, at some point you got to pay the piper, and that's what they've done on the back end of this contract. At this point, I mean, if he didn't make this kind of money, he might have retired a couple of years ago, but he's played it out, getting the paycheck, which he pretty much earned. And now we got it. He's overpaid, but we knew that going into the contract in the first place.
In the month of June, he hit 304 with an 840 OPS. In July, he's only got 25 at bats, but he's hitting 320 during that time with a 414 on base percentage and an OPS is 774.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a part-time player, but that part-time player that he's been the last month and a half, been really good. You'll take that.
Yep.
I mean, I'll take an OPS combined of over 800. I mean, the major league average is about 725, 730, somewhere in there.
Yep.
He's getting on base and he's hitting the ball. And I just, like I said, as a fan, I want to see him play more, but I also understand that they're limiting his at-bats based on how he feels physically. And also they're going to give him the best matchups possible. I was surprised a little bit that he's not in the lineup today going against Zach Greinke.
He just played last night.
I understand. Hard to play back-to-back games, particularly when you got a night game preceding a day game. But it's Zach Greinke, and it's not like Zach Greinke is going to, throw the ball past you with his 90-mile-an-hour fastball, but he is crafty. I'd have to look at his career against Zach Greinke and what it is, because Greinke's played forever. I imagine he's got plenty of at-bats against him.
So Torque hit a couple of baseballs hard last night, one that went for an out and went 1 for 4. Yesterday, we tweeted out that Caputo tweet about all his struggles. On pace for 24 home runs, 36 doubles, 87 RBIs. His OPS has risen to 726. His exit velocity in the top 10 in baseball. And he won't turn 24 until late August. He remains a work in progress, but he is hardly a bust. Bally's put a stat up last night that Torque is on pace for 141 hits, 36 doubles, 24 home runs, and 88 RBI. Hank Greenberg is the only other Tiger to reach these marks at 23 or younger. So, we were happy to see it. It's funny because we retweeted that Caputo tweet I just told you about.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the responses came from a listener, Brian, who said he's a bust besides 97-1? I'm like, well, Brian, I know we had callers say it, and I can only speak from 10 to, what's said on the air from 10 to 2. Did you ever call him a bust, Gator?
Not once.
Did I ever call him a bust?
Not once.
Kang, did you ever call him a bust?
No.
Okay.
You know how this works, though.
I do know how this works.
Come on, man.
So, Brian, none of us did. And I think most people haven't. We've preached patience with him. We watched the light go on for Riley Green at one point, and it happens at different paces for different people. The funny thing is that Torque is putting together a season that is basically a little heavy in strikeouts, but only shy on batting average. I mean, I guess you want him to hit more home runs, but if this is his second full season in the league with 24 home runs, it's not a bad start.
No, it's not. And
batting average is a little low.
Yeah, batting average is definitely low. RBIs, you can only get them if guys in front of you are getting on base, and it's starting to happen a little bit now. I'm not going to be surprised if those numbers are improved, actually, by the end of the season. If he ends up hitting 26, 27 home runs, and I don't know about the RBI. I told him he's on pace for, 88? Can he get to 90? It'd be nice to see in the second year.
And it's got to be tough.
Your first full year of baseball, really?
The strikeout is, of course, the least productive way to get yourself out. And it's got to be tough because he does strike out quite a bit. And he has games of multiple 2-3 strikeouts. And yet to come back and hit the 2 bombs in a game like he did was that Tuesday night. I mean, yesterday was not. Yesterday, I think the most interesting thing that happened with him is he didn't get hit by a pitch after what he said about Lyles and the goop on his wrist. But
the goop.
Yeah. But long story short, all I can do is tell you none of us said that. But
no. Just one note on Miguel Cabrera, who's not in the lineup today. His career against Zach Greinke, he's got 43 career at bats, and he's hitting .302 against him with a 752 OPS. OPS not so good against Greinke compared to his career numbers, but the average of .302 is pretty good.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Scott. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay.
Yeah, I got a question. I hear a lot of people saying, and not you too, I'm not accusing 97.1 either, but I hear a lot of people saying that it's almost better off for the Tigers to not try to even make it to the playoffs. I see there being stipulations such as don't sell young talent for older talent, stuff like that. But what's the harm if we do it within reason to try to make the playoffs?
Well, what's within reason?
Within reason, I would say I would pick up other teams' salary dump players. And the example I always give is Josh Donaldson, who's having a horrendous season for the Yankees, but he has experience. Kind of like Aaron Hicks was having a horrible season for the Yankees, and he's almost 100 points better in everything. A couple 100 points better in OPS. So I'm saying you're not making big trades. You're not going after big-time players. But, I think it's a good experience for everyone.
So, of course, it's a good experience. Let's start with that. And a team that can battle to the end and get right down. First of all, it's great experience for all the young players to play important baseball games in September. Secondly is if you finish 1 or 2 games back or 3 or 4 games back, you go into this offseason thinking, what can we do to win this division next year? Because the Tigers are going to be in the same division next year with the same teams, and somebody's going to have a strong offseason to become the favorite to win this decision. Yeah, you want to go out there and to have an aggressive offseason and make yourself the favorite.
And you team this with the fact that Erie Seawolves just won back-to-back titles for the first time in franchise history. We could be moving a little bit faster than we thought at the beginning of the season into the where we all want to be.
So you want to hear some crazy numbers about Josh Donaldson?
Do I?
I mean, this is really unbelievable, right?
He's hurt, right?
I'm not sure if he's hurt or not, but I will say because he hasn't played much. He has 106 at bats this year. Okay.
Yeah.
He has 10 home runs in 106 at bats.
Pretty decent rate. It's a wild Strato card.
He has 15 hits on the season.
My God.
10 of his 15 hits have gone for home runs. He has scored 13 runs. Well, 10 of them because he had round trippers.
Yep.
He's hitting a .142, but his OPS is .659 because of that because of the slugging percentage.
That's wild.
That is incredible. 10 home runs and 106 at bats is absolutely incredible.
So, they probably the people that don't want him to make the playoffs want him to sell every asset they possibly can because they don't see much value in making the playoffs. They think making the playoffs isn't that big a deal because they have no shot of winning the World Series. And I would argue that they're probably right? I mean, they probably have no shot of winning the World Series, and that's just a fact. Even if they make the playoffs, an incredibly small percentage chance. But so sell every asset. I'm in it for the chase. I'm in it for the experience. I'm in it for sending a message about the offseason.
I mean, to me, everything depends on what the offer is. If some team is going to go, bend over backwards to try to acquire one of the starting pitchers, whether it's Lorenzen or Rodriguez, if that offer makes sense, then do it. If it's for a player that's major league ready right now, or somebody that's playing at AAA and he's killed it in the minor leagues, hasn't had an opportunity to play in the majors yet, but it's a top prospect, go ahead, pull that trigger because Lorenzen's a free agent at the end of the year, and we know that the Rodriguez situations he could opt out, even though it seems like he won't, based on what he had to say the other day. But who knows? I mean, if the offer is there, take it. But if the offer isn't, nobody says you have to make trades just for the sake of making trades. Like, do you need to jettison the salary of Rodriguez? It's not that cumbersome, his salary moving forward. If he stays in, and if he opts out, then he opts out. Okay, and you'll lose him for nothing. I suppose that's a risk that you can take. But I don't mind taking that risk. I'd have to be. You gotta move me with an offer for the Tigers to trade one of these assets because they do have bargaining chips that other teams want, for sure.
All right. I saw this from sports betting guru Ben Fox. He has an interesting tweet about the Oakland A's. A's have played 98 games this year. How many of those 98 games do you think they've been favored?
Of the 98?
Yeah.
A dozen.
It's less than a dozen.
Wow. Is it 9?
It's less than 9.
Is it 8?
It's less than 8.
Wow. Why don't you just tell me the number?
1.
They've been favored once?
Once. They were favored for a May 7th game against Kansas City, and they lost. And that's the only game they've been favored in all season long.
Wow. I mean, just wow. But then again, knew it was a bad team, right? So looking back at their first part of the schedule, I mean, where else could they possibly have been favored?
And they got quickly established as a potentially historically bad team.
Only once, yeah, because they start off the season with Angels, then the Guardians, and then they're on the road taking on the American League East, and then the Mets, and then the Cubs, and Texas, and the Angels, and Cincinnati, and Seattle. Kansas City is the series. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
5th, 6th, and 7th of May. That's it. Just the one game.
Here's something else. After the Tigers' 11-10 loss on Tuesday, that left the Tigers 5-5 in their last 10 games. 10-10 in their last 20 games, and 15-15 in their last 30 games.
Yep, they're not. Yeah, they can't gain any ground because they're playing 500 ball.
That according to ESPN. I mean, it's just.
Let's change the narrative. They're 6-4 in their last 10 games.
Hey, I like 4-2 since the All-Star break.
There you go.
Looking to make it 5-2 today. It's just wild.
Absolutely wild. It's been a interesting season.
It has,
and will continue to be.
Well,
they still have something
circumstantially interesting season. So Lorenzen goes today. We said it yesterday. You never know when it's a guy's last start. I suppose it could potentially be Michael Lorenzen's last start for the Tigers, who's gone from being a mid-4 to better than that his last couple of starts. Pitched well in the All-Star game. Not that had anything to do with his current ERA, but his ERA is down to 3.75. Walks and hits per innings pitched pretty good at 1.13. So, and he's going against Greinke, as you mentioned a little bit earlier. But Lorenzen, I mean, I'm always about it's good for him to win because we want him to win, and it's good for him to win because maybe he fetches something in the trade market. I think the Tigers might be in this rare team that's doing both, looking to sell and maybe looking to buy, while probably standing pat as we get closer to the trade deadline. You think Lorenzen gets traded?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
You think Erod gets traded?
I don't think both get traded. I think one of them gets traded, and I think it's likelier that Lorenzen does.
I think they just have to get a king's ransom for Erod. They have to.
I mean, who's more valuable? Erod's got the better numbers right now, and by a lot. It's a 1 run less per game.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear how you're going to say Lorenzen's more valuable.
Well, because there's the unknown with Erod about the contract. Lorenzen, you know what you've got. You know he's a free agent at the end of the year, but I think Erod, you're going to ask for more value. I think you're going to ask for less value for Lorenzen, so it's easier to trade him.
Okay, so when you're talking value, you're not talking about to the Tigers. You're talking about on the trade market.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll probably find out. Scott Harris has a big decision to make. And position players. Are there any position players that are going to get moved?
Vierling, maybe.
Could be.
Akil Baddoo, maybe. Does he have any value for other teams looking at it?
I would think Vierling over Baddoo.
Oh, Vierling certainly over Baddoo, but I'm just listing off players that could potentially be moved. I don't think they're going to move Carpenter. They're not looking to move Torkelson.
What about McKinstry? Position versatility?
Maybe.
I mean, you're not getting much back from him.
No, you wouldn't get much back from him at all. And again, this is why I'm reluctant to make too many moves, because what are you getting? Other teams, minor league blech.
Could you spell that for me, please?
Yeah, it's BLE.
Okay. Tigers and Royals this afternoon. Tigers trying to cut into this Twins lead. Twins later today, they're wrapping up their series with the Mariners. So see if Michael Lorenzen can get the job done as Tigers look to close this thing out from Kansas City. And we'll be back tomorrow here on Carson Anderson. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.